Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5:34. Trustee Rumsey, do we have a quorum?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go ahead and read?
Okay, we're going to take the public comment for closed session. Public comment on closed session items. Members of the audience may address the Board of Education on the closed session agenda item. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. And then I'm also asked to read this. Interpreters will be interpreting live during this meeting. You are asked to not talk fast, avoid interrupting others, avoid speaking over each other, speak close to the microphone, and ask for an interpreter in the room if you need one.
Do we have cards?
We have, I believe, 2 comment cards, maybe 3, for closed session.
Okay.
Okay. So Kate. And then after that is Wesley LTT.
I've never gone first. Good evening. The need tonight to appoint an acting superintendent comes after Mr. Velasquez's resignation. And when asked why he left, he was quoted as saying that the focus has been taken off where it should be on the students. As a parent of an OUSD student, I found this quote to be very concerning, and so I wanted to speak to it tonight. I think every parent in the district should also feel concerned that someone with decades of superintendent experience left our district because he didn't think that the focus was on our students. So if students aren't the focus, as we saw last week, we have failing test scores, then what is the focus here? And as you discussed tonight, the position of acting superintendent, I feel that this board has a responsibility to fill this position and the successor superintendent with someone who will work to answer the question of what the focus is here if it's not on our students. Is the focus on politics? It could be. Mr. Velasquez, while serving, was constantly barraged with public records requests from activist community members, and I would assume board members who were looking to uncover dirt on what he was doing. These public records requests take an enormous amount of district staff time and money, so much so that it's difficult to get regular work done. If our district staff is being burdened with records requests, are they really being able to focus on students? Maybe Mr. Velasquez saw that the focus was power. We have a very powerful teachers union working behind the scenes, and they called the dismissal of Superintendent Hansis a crisis. If they had a relationship with Superintendent Hansen that when broken was a crisis, I don't know if they were focused on students. And maybe Mr. Velasquez saw that social emotional learning agendas could be replacing a focus on fundamental academic excellence. He saw that there's sexually explicit books in our libraries. He saw last year that 60% of OUSD students didn't meet the state's math standards. That's not, to me, a focus on students. I don't know where he thought the focus was, but I do think it's the responsibility of this board to find out. You've shown through your actions there is a plan in place. It started with the need for new leadership. That's what change looks like. It might be uncomfortable, but I think it's necessary so that the focus can be on saving our schools and on the students. I'm not an extremist. I have no ambitions of tearing down public education. I just want my public education options to be better. I want my classrooms to be better for my kids. I want to keep them in that district. I want this district to improve. I thank the board majority for your leadership. You have my support and the support of many other parents who can't be here tonight.
Thank you. Wesley LTT. And then Kathy Moffitt.
Good evening. My name is Wesley, and I'm a student at Canyon High School, and I'm here to speak on why I think the board should appoint internal candidates for the position of acting superintendent. I feel that they should do this because I see that an acting superintendent would need to make several audits to improve the district, including making sure our school libraries have books that are not inappropriate, making sure that our schools are safe and that laws are enforced at them, and that school nurses have drugs they need to treat opioid crisis, illnesses, such as the FDA-approved drug Narcan. I feel that an internal candidate would be best suited to perform these audits because he or she would have experience with the students of the district, and would probably have firsthand experience of these problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kathy Moffett. I live in the district. My children have all graduated, gone K through 12 Orange Unified Schools, and were well prepared for college when they got there. I wanted to just say that I, like the previous speaker who did a wonderful job, I agree that the best acting superintendent would probably be someone chosen from our current staff. We saw how in the last few weeks the interim was really sort of stymied by lack of knowledge of the district. He really was not able to sort of get off the dime to do things, to move forward. Obviously, internal candidates have a deep knowledge of what's going on in Orange Unified School District and would be able to move our district forward and be the best thing for our students. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, we will now adjourn to closed session at 5:40. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin this meeting of the Orange Unified School District Board of Education, Thursday, March 2nd, regular board meeting. I'd like to start it here at 7:05. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin. Okay, item 3B, report of closed session decisions. Closed session, the Board of Education appointed Mr. Ernie Gonzalez as the district's acting superintendent. The roll call vote was unanimous by the Board of Education. Congratulations, Mr. Gonzalez. Please join us at the dais, please. Okay, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move.
Moved by,
Mr. Ortega.
Trustee Erickson?
I'll second.
Oh, moved by Mr.
Ortega.
Oh,
Mr. Ortega.
sorry about that. Okay, moved by Mr. Ortega, seconded by Trustee Erickson. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, Superintendent report, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Ledesma. Given that I've only been in the position for a few seconds now,
I walked to the To the
Mr.
dais.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera is going to give our report tonight.
Mr. Ledesma, our distinguished board members, our new acting superintendent, and the rest of cabinet, and the Orange community, I'm glad to report that a couple weeks ago we had an event here at El Medina that we're very proud of. One of our alumni, which is giving back to our students. So we have a video to share with you of that event, and we would like to start that now.
This school means a lot to not only me, but to my family. This is a safe haven for a lot of us. You know, when my mom passed when I was 10 years old, my oldest brother was going to El Medina, and Steve Bernard, the head baseball coach, took unbelievable care of him and our family. So when I graduated here, I always wanted to potentially give back if I had the resources, and God has blessed me in a wonderful way. So I think it's only fitting that I come back to the place where I've spent many hours dedicating to my craft to be able to build a clubhouse for these kids and the future generation of kids at El Medina.
He enjoys being at El Medina. He finds it as a place where he can come and just kind of be himself and get away from everything.
Freddie is someone anyone can look up to, even if you're not even the biggest Dodger fan. His swing is textbook. He does all the things right. Gold Glover, Silver Slugger. Freddie's just a great overall guy, very generous, homegrown, played on this exact field that we're playing on.
Knowing that this program can make Major League and Hall of Famers, and know that the coaches are here and you can trust them.
A lot of these kids might not go on to play baseball beyond high school, so to experience a really cool clubhouse with an awesome coaching staff and Josh Kleiner, I think that's something that these kids will be able to cherish for the rest of their lives.
As a program as a whole, we're very thankful for Freddie and his generosity toward us, and we can't wait to see what his clubhouse is going to look like and what it's going to do for us as a program.
We're super proud of you, the way you handle everything, class through and through, and everything that you do. It never ceases to amaze me. On top of that, this extremely incredible donation that you're giving us and what you're giving back to your high school is so incredible to us, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you very much, Freddie. It's gonna be awesome.
Thank you, Freddie!
Ruby, would you like to have some words about how the impact of this check to our El Medina students?
On behalf of El Medina, thank you, Mr. Freeman, for this very generous donation. This means so much to our campus, and we could not be more excited. This is not only an investment in our wonderful baseball program, but an investment in the entire El Medina community. Our sports and extracurricular programs are what make El Medina more than just school, but also a safe place for our students to ignite, explore, and share their passions, as well as develop skills in leadership and teamwork that will send them off to be incredibly well-rounded vanguards. So again, thank you so much. This is going to positively impact so many students' high school experience.
So Ruby's been lugging around a check, and it would be appropriate if the board could join her for a photo op with our handsome check. Yes, if you can come down.
Is that it, Mr. Rivera? Okay,
That concludes the report.
thank you. Okay, item 4B, Board President's Report. Don't necessarily have a report, just going to kind of go over a few housekeeping comments here. As I said at the last meeting, we would like to try to stick to the 3 minutes per speaker. I've instructed our technician to turn off the mic after 3 minutes. So please, please, please try to adhere to that. A couple of meetings ago, almost every speaker went over about a minute, so we had about 30 to 40 speakers, so we added plenty of minutes to our long meeting last time. And we are going to, on item number 6, public comment, agenda items, we're going to stick to that. Agenda items meaning action items, information items, and consent items at the time that we consider them. And so we're not going to take any more non-agenda items at item 6. We will take non-agenda items item 17. So what we were finding is that we weren't taking care of board business in a timely manner. So we want to focus on taking care of board business first, and then non-agenda items under item 17. And also, for anyone that needs any kind of, needs Spanish interpretation, we have our interpreter in the back who will give you the earphones so that you can participate and listen in on this meeting. Si alguien aquí necesita interpretación, acá tenemos la persona acá en esta esquina para que te dé el aparato para que puedas escuchar la junta, por favor. Sí, entonces nomás ve a esta esquinita acá y ella te los consigue el equipo. Gracias. Okay. So that concludes my superintendent's report. Thank you. Now, item 4C, board recognition of student, staff, and community. Anyone would like to choose to speak?
I'll start.
Trustee Rumsey?
Thank you. I apologize for not being at the last meeting. I was sick, and I really would have powered through it, but I was not able to make the last meeting last week. I was able to take some time. As many of you know, I'm a teacher, and so going out and visiting the schools can be a little difficult because I have to then get a sub for my own class, and yet one of the favorite things that teachers do is actually go visit other classrooms. And I was able to go with Miss Miner to go visit Cambridge Elementary, Orange High, and Richland, and thoroughly enjoyed myself looking at all of the classrooms and watching the kids with their teachers. I thank Mr. Dana Enchef at Cambridge for walking us around, and the student leaders that walked us around there. I thank Mrs. Cheryl Glass for walking us around Orange High, showing us the spider lab, and getting to kind of play around with the 3D body image screen was a lot of fun. And then really felt Mrs. Lisa Ogan's passion for her students at Richland, and just felt really welcomed there, and felt the teachers were really excited for us to be there and just see what's going on there, and we were really excited to see what's going on there as well. And then this morning, I had the opportunity to read to the kids at Jordan Elementary for Read Across America. I was able to read with Miss Lopez's TK kids, and that was a lot of fun as well. So I thank you for inviting me into your classrooms and allowing me to walk around your schools. If I could do it every week, I truly would. So that is my report for tonight.
Thank you, Trustee Ramsey. Anyone else like to speak? Trustee Erickson?
Well, first I want to say congratulations, I think, to Mr. Gonzalez. I hope that this appointment provides some stability for our students, for our employees, and for our families while we search for a permanent superintendent. And I appreciate the conversations that you had, I think, with probably multiple board members this week and Mr. Rivera as well. I think that we're in good hands with the both of you, and I look forward to a really thorough superintendent search. So thank you for that. I traveled basically from one end of the district to the other. My first visit in the last week was to Lampson. Trustee Page and I visited Lampson Elementary, and we brought with us Garden Grove City Council person Kim Nguyen. This is our only school that we have in Garden Grove, and so we were really proud to show it off to Councilperson Nguyen, and she was really impressed. Her little brother actually had gone there many years ago, so the campus had changed a little bit, but she really enjoyed it. And then I went to Running Springs, which is actually 16 miles away. So if you know the district, it always kind of blows me away how different the different ends of the district are. So you go Lamson, and then you go all the way out to Weir Canyon, where Running Springs is. And that was a great visit as well. The students were really engaged, and they're getting ready for their first cohort of 7th graders to start next fall. We have an amazing IB program at Running Springs, and we'll be starting the middle school IB program. And the staff there is just incredible. They all work together on these concepts. And even in the Mod Severe class, the teacher still works on the same concepts, just at a different level. And it was really sort of beautiful to see them incorporate that. I also visited Prospect Elementary School, which is my alma mater. And they have an incredible culture and vibe on that campus. I always love going to that campus. I visited Mrs. Sharmini Yip's classroom. Her students are known as the Yipsters. And they were very, very proud of their classroom, wanted to show it off, and I took a nice picture of them, and they just looked adorable. And then I went to Yorba Middle School, and if you don't know, you probably do know, they were named one of the schools to watch for 2023, and that is a special award given to high-performing middle schools, and only 77 in the entire state were recognized. And for 23-24, 3 of those middle schools were in Orange Unified out of 77, so that was pretty exciting. So now it's a 3-year recognition. Every single middle school in Orange Unified is a school to watch. And it's a very elite group. So we're very proud of all of the work that's been done. That takes years and years of building programs. And I know Ms. Miner was at both of those interviews as well, and they couldn't have said anything nicer about our kids and our teachers and our culture and all of that on our campus. So very, very proud of them. And I, too, went to Jordan for Read Across America today and read to Mrs. Berry's 4th graders. And they were incredible, insightful little questions. They were amazing kids, and they wanted to pass on that, no offense to nutrition, they would like better food. That's what they said. And because I allowed them to lobby me as a school board member. And they also wanted to tell me that they overwhelmingly love their PE classes, which is the Sports for Learning program. So they wanted me to tell you all to keep it because they love it. So that's all I have to pass on.
Thank you, Trustee Erickson. Anyone else?
I have some.
Trustee Yamasaki?
Thank you, Trustee Ledesma. I want to also congratulate Mr. Gonzalez, Superintendent Gonzalez now. I echo Trustee Erickson's sentiment and look forward to working with you and bringing the district together. Today, I also had the opportunity to go to Jordan Academy, like both of you, and so and that was a lot of fun. I visited Miss Meckler's class and read two books, and the children were so enthusiastic and attentive, and it was a lot of fun. They asked great questions as well, and the one thing they did say was, "We have a lot of students in our class," so I took note of that. On February 10th, the French Club at Villa Park High School organized the annual French wedding, and it was beautiful. Students learn about planning and organizational skills and the French culture, music, language, and even budgeting. And I would like to thank Madame for her passion and her extra work in supporting the students. I went to the Canyon Showcase last week, and despite the wind, the cold, and being Ash Wednesday, many families came out to check out the schools. It was great to see a lot of the feeder schools represented, and I thought it was very successful, and I'd like to thank our staff for putting together all 4 showcases, and from my understanding, they were all well attended and well received. I also would like to thank the City of Villa Park and the Vietnamese Student Association from Villa Park High School, the Orange Mandarin Community Booster Club, and the Villa Park Foundation for hosting many of our students and celebrating Lunar New Year at the Villa Park City Hall. It was great to see the students singing, performing, dancing, and it was just wonderful. So apparently they do this every year, and I love the fact that they celebrate different cultures. And lastly, I wanted to say it was great to meet Mr. Freddie Freeman at El Medina. A couple of our board members were present, and he was very gracious and with his time. He talked to a lot of the students, the baseball players, and he even gave a lot of autographs out. So I want to thank him for his graciousness and generosity. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yamasaki. Trustee Minor?
Sure. All right, so I also was able to go to the French wedding, and my 3-year-old, thanks to Madame's generosity, was able to be one of the flower girls. And she almost made it all the way down the aisle before running to me. So that's pretty impressive. And again, I echo what Ms. Yamasaki said. It was beautiful, it was well done, and it blew my mind seeing how that teacher is willing to give so much of her own funds, because I asked Mr. McHouston, and he said she spends her own money on that function. So it was incredible to witness. Was able to go to the Lunar New Year at Fletcher Elementary. Actually was at Chapman University, and that was really cool. Seeing those kiddos up there dancing and singing every word to those songs. They clearly worked so hard on that. And I did not know what they were saying, but it sounded great, and it seemed like they were all saying the same thing, so I'm sure it was correct. I got to go to Crescent Elementary. The STEM lab and the 3D images were incredible. The science group, they were tracing bodies, and then they were doing the respiratory system using these cute little robots to track it, and they were explaining it to me, and it was really amazing. Orange Pre-K was very welcoming. The amount of aides and speech therapists and SLPAs and OTs, PTs, all of that they have at that campus. It was really cool to see such a well-run machine in that environment. Knoll Canyon, they had a really cool math competition. The first graders were competing against their own scores, showing just how efficient and quickly they could complete their math challenges. And they consecutively, I think they did it twice while I was there, and they kept beating their scores each time, and they were so proud of themselves. It was awesome. Mr. Jones gave a great tour. I was able to hear from a couple of teachers, and I've reached out to our IT department about some of their request for us to keep up with the changes in technology in our district, and I thought that was a very good thing to bring forward. And then at Linda Vista, I got to see the musicians during their VAPA lessons, the beautiful new maybe I'm hungry. The restrooms in the outside of the campus, back by the playground, were really done well. and I got to see my nephew, so that was awesome. And then at Chapman Hills Elementary, I had an interesting greeting by the office manager, but when she knew I wasn't like a convict, she was very welcoming. The STEM lab looks like it has great potential. The 3D printers, they haven't been used yet, but the principal was reassuring me that they would hopefully be used sooner than later. And I got to see the kindergartners doing a really awesome it was based on the letter V, and I guess they had a sick kiddo the day before, so it was kind of funny hearing them all shouting out vomit for the V word. So they were very smart. They knew what what the word started with. At Cambridge Elementary, I had a great tour by a bunch of student council members with Mrs. Rumsey, and it was Crazy Hair Day, and all of them were dressed to the nine. It was fantastic. And then at Orange High School, we got to tour the new science building and see I also loved the 3D cadaver machine. I'm not sure what the official name of that is, but it was amazing to see this cadaver inside of a machine that you can manipulate and take away systems and add systems, and then you get to kind of guess what is going on in that body to see how the human passed away. So that was really amazing. And the instructor for that class is actually their athletic trainer, and he was brilliant. And so he's coming up with some really cool new ideas to hopefully get images from orthopedic surgeons in the local area to be able to use that for his classes, to be able to show the classes, what an ACL tear looks like or an ankle sprain. So I thought that was amazing. What a cool thing. I wish I had that in high school, but what a great thing for our high schoolers to be able to have access to. And then at Richland High School, I echo what Mrs. Rumsey said. Mrs. Ogan and that entire staff are just so joyful. And the kids on that campus, seeing them work so hard for their teachers. My favorite was probably the English learner instructor. She is amazing, and I wish we could replicate her over and over. She had a wealth of knowledge in helping to bridge language barriers with, they just got some kiddos from Guatemala, so they speak a Mayan dialect of Spanish. And so she's learning how to bridge that gap. Even though she doesn't speak Mayan, she's still able to communicate with them. And as well as some kiddos from the Middle East that she's been able to help them learn English. So I thought that was amazing. And that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Minor.
Yes.
Trustee Page?
Thank you.
Okay.
I also want to welcome up to the higher dais, Mr. Gonzalez, and thank our staff for the wonderful showcases that happened this last month at all of our high schools. I typically have class Wednesday nights, but I was able to head over to Villa Park High School and Orange High School and take a peek at their spider labs. And I'm just amazed at the amount of opportunities that our students have, not just with technical skill, but learning all of these different other CTE pathways as well. And I also had a chance to visit Crescent Elementary, visit their STEM programs and their GATE programs, and I popped into a 6th grade class that was doing a peer presentation on various proposals based on a model that they had created. And then walked over to Orange Pre-K. And I don't know if our community really knows, but our district starts serving children as young as like infancy. Like they do home visiting and assessing for services, and it's like a one-stop shop there. It's also one of the homes to our learning links. So if you have a baby at home, any grown-up can bring the baby to come and do child development experiences and start socialization early. As well as the inclusion classrooms that are available there. I also read a new study that just was published about 30 days ago. It's a meta-analysis analyzing the learning loss that had happened in the last 2 years, and not just the learning loss based on skill and loss of knowledge, but how much students need to catch up on. And the differentiation was mainly based on income levels. So it's the student socioeconomic statuses that really impacted student learning, and so it's something that I'd love to share with our staff. And lastly, I'd like to thank our communications department for celebrating the CTE month. Every single day there was a new post highlighting the amazing CTE programs that we have available at our high schools. And so I felt like I was learning something new, even though we visit our programs and see what's happening, but to see how bridging those connections to our community was also wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Page. Okay, on to item 4D, State of the School Report.
I think Mr. Ortega had his
Mr.
hand up,
did
and
you
I don't
have-
know if the students want to say something.
Okay, did one of the students would like to say something, share something? Please.
Good evening, President, Mr. Ledesma, school board members, executive cabinet, and community. I am Jada Lopez, Richland High School's student board representative. We are pleased to have two of our board members, Mrs. Miner and Mrs. Rumsey, visit us this week on Tuesday. We appreciated seeing them firsthand all that Richland offers. We appreciate them seeing firsthand all that Richland offers students, not only the chance to make up credits and improve academically, but also a smaller setting with a warm, welcoming, and passionate staff. We had our last Thankful Thursday on February 23rd. Thankful Thursday events are once a quarter or 4 times in the school year. They are opportunities for students and staff to collaborate. We had the following activities this last Thursday: sprint art, karaoke, embroidery, theater games, origami making, Nintendo Switch tournaments, indoor PE games. In the past, we've had staff versus students activities such as volleyball and cornhole tournaments. Thank you for your continued support. We look forward to future visits by you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other student?
I'll go. Hi, I'm Madison. I am from Canyon High School. So last week we did have the Canyon High School showcase, and it was a really great turnout despite the very cold weather and wind. Our basketball team actually was ranked number 2 in all of Orange County last week, so that's a really big deal, and they made it all the way to Division I semifinals, so congrats to them. We had 2 merit finalists, Jason Chon and Sebastian Barreto, so it's good to see our academics are really prospering. And we also have election week next week, and it's one of my favorite weeks of the school year because it's fun to see all the students put up posters and do fun activities during nutrition, so I'm really excited for that next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Ruby Hewitt. I'm from El Medina. So we've been very, very busy recently, so I'll try and make this quick. But just to reiterate, we're really thankful for the donation from Freddie Freeman. That's going to do a lot for our campus, and we're super excited about it. Also, in the beginning of February, we had our winter formal. It was a Midsummer Night's Dream themed. It was a really, really good turnout, and it was also very, very cold, so I was really glad that it was inside this year. And overall, it was just a really, really fun experience for our students. Women's League did a really, really good job putting that on. We also had our community showcase this month, which was, again, very cold. I was glad that I had a warm costume for dance because I was freezing. But it was a really great way to outreach to our community. We had a lot of turnout for that as well. And some pretty cool stuff. Like we had this like little table and it had, or like this little like platform and it had like a camera and it like spun around and it did like slow motion. It was pretty cool. Yeah, we had our honor roll assembly and we had a lot of turnout for that. We haven't seen a lot of turnout in our honor roll assemblies in the past couple years. So it was really, really amazing to see so many parents and so many students who were, you know, celebrating their academic achievements. We had our 8th grade visits. today we had McPherson. Tomorrow we're going to have Santiago coming to view the campus and have all of our prospective students that are coming next year see all of our programs and have that help their decision to whether they want to come to El Medina and like what programs they want to be a part of. And all of them were super, super nice today. So yeah. Our Vanguard Dance Company is doing a dance workshop, mini dance camp type thing with Jordan Elementary students, and that started today. So that was super fun. They were all really excited, and they're going to be performing in our Dancing with the Teachers show at the end of March. So we're really excited to have that involvement. And then also our cheer team just went to nationals, and they did really, really well. So we wanted to congratulate them for that. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other students? Okay.
Pull out my notes. Okay, just in advance, I apologize if I stumble over my words a little bit. I'm having something with my mouth which makes it hurt to speak a little bit, but I'll be sure to do my best to represent nonetheless. But first I want to say, I was a little late to the meeting because I just came from our first track meet of the season. I'll spare you the details of how it went for varsity, but our Frosh Soft teams totally destroyed Costa Mesa High School, so that was a lot of fun. Moving on, I would really like to thank board members Rumsey, Minor, and Page for taking the time to visit Orange High School. From my understanding, you guys don't have a lot of time on your plate, so for you guys taking the time to explore our campus and see what we're all about is amazing, and I hope you guys had a wonderful time with the Spider Lab and everything else new that we have to offer. Moving on, I think a main thing that we're focusing on for this month is a penny drive. Historically, Orange High has been known for doing a lot of donations, collecting a lot of money during the month of March through Penny Drive. I think there was like a few years where we were like some of the most highest raising in the like nation even. Oh, wow. So for this year, we're trying to like capitalize on that history and really bring the heat for Penny Drive. We're donating to two different charities, one being the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, one that we've done with a lot in the past, and we've also donating to the Friendly Center, another place that helps for families in need and all that. So ASB is knee deep in coming up with creative activities and ways to get people involved. So we will be highly focusing on that this month and hoping to raise a lot of money. Moving on. Likewise, we also had our own winter formal. I believe it was last Saturday. And it was also very cold, so we had it in our dome. It was a bit of a smaller turnout than we expected, but we did a lot of new things. For example, we had a brand new DJ, which really brought the heat, and I think a lot of people enjoyed. So even though it was a bit of a smaller turnout, I think people really enjoyed the dance for what it was. Lastly, our winter drumline is practicing and preparing for, I think, their season as well. I had the pleasure of attending one of their like preview performances and like one night when they were practicing in the dome, and I know they've been working really hard on it. These are kids that are like out here like working until like 9 p.m. at night, and it's like it takes a whole different level of determination to do that. And judging from the performances, it's very well coordinated. It takes a lot of time and effort, and I just wanted to highlight that for them. I was in a rush, so I didn't quite get to know when their next competition was, but I know that they'll be working very hard for that opportunity. And I think that's pretty much it for me.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, just a few things I wanted to share. First of all, we also did have our showcase this past month in February. We did AP class presentations, dance presentations, jazz, vocal performances, marching band, like all across the board. It was a huge success. It was another great opportunity to showcase our school. On top of that, with the Viet performances, not only did they perform at the hall, but they did perform at our school as well. During lunch, they came out with the dragon as well, and it was really fun. We do it every year. It's really fun. And everyone comes out at lunch to watch them perform, and it was awesome to see that as well. Also, sports-wise, our baseball season did just start, and we're already 4-0. It's looking to be a good year this year. Last year we did have CIF semifinal finishes, regional and state. So we are hoping to have a really good year in baseball this year. Also for VP women's soccer, we are still going in CIF regionals. Today we did have a game against Santa Margarita. And we also did have golf and track start this week. Our first track meet was today against Esperanza and Portola. It was a tri meet.
Thank you. Trustee Ortega?
No, I just wanted to mention about the Orange High School Showcase. It was phenomenal. Just the whole presentation in itself, just how much planning goes into it and all the detail and all the schools that feed into it and just all. So it was really, really good to see.
Thank you. Trustee Minor, you had something else?
Yes, I apologize. Hope kind of covered it, but my kids and I were able to go to the Villa Park soccer game on Tuesday night, and the game, those girls are incredible. They are so athletic, and they worked really well for their coach, and so I look forward to the results. I hope they win this evening. I know they're playing against Santa Margarita, who's a good squad, but hopefully they'll make it to the finals, and go. If you have time, go to see them play in the finals. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, move on to item 4D, State of the School Report, Cerro Villa Middle School. Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Irving will get us started on the presentation.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Ledesma, Board Trustees, Acting Superintendent Gonzalez, Executive Cabinet, and the entire OUSD community. My name is Joe Irvin. I'm the Executive Director of Innovation and Excellence. And tonight I would like to introduce Principal Madeline Morrison and the students from Cerro Villa Middle School to give their State of the School report and highlight their great leadership program.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Thank you, everybody. I am the proud principal of Cerro Villa Middle School. It is my third year at Cerro Villa, second as principal. I'm proud of many things, including my special students. We're a school of about 760 right now. The things I'm most proud of is, our diversity, as you can tell by some of the students that I have up here tonight, and you can, and just that, the parent support that we have is phenomenal. I have great working relationships with all of them, and I'm also proud of the support and the personal touch that you get here at Cerro Villa. So without further ado, my wonderful leadership students tonight sharing some of the awesome things that make us so unique and special.
And our names are Leslie Flores, Chloe Hudson,
Nolan Tao, and Lorenzo Tarnowski.
We are CVMS.
So one of our great programs at CV is leadership. It's an opportunity to form a new community with others from different backgrounds and feeder schools. It promotes school spirit and encourages students to be excited about school. We are a welcoming community at CV that students want to be a part of. We bring the students of CV together. We create and carry out activities, events to promote a positive culture. We participate and lead school activities, events, fundraisers, and more.
We're scholars. We were the California Gold Ribbon School in 2015, the California Distinguished School in 1994, 2005, and 2013. We were elected the California School to Watch in 2018 and 2021. We're WASC accredited as the first middle school in Orange County, and there's an upcoming visit next year. For the first trimester this year, 62% of students had above 3.0 GPA, 16% had a 4.0, and 41% of students are 3.5 and above, which make them eligible for principal honor roll. 21% of students have a 3.0 to 3.49, which they're eligible for regular honor roll. And we have many electives. We have 3 languages, French, Spanish, and Chinese, computers, performing arts, STEM, AVID, and color and design.
Some of our events that we've had throughout the school year were the first day assembly, the spirit assembly, the back to school night, open house, fall into giving fundraiser, the food drive, and the toy drive, the fall dance, the winter wonderland event, the lunchtime games, 6th grade showcase, and more to come.
On our assemblies this year, our main goal is to get all students excited about assemblies and promote spirit. During our assemblies, we hold games, hold contests, and introduce different student groups. Students can earn prizes for participation. Leadership organizes the events and memorizes scripts. We have guest speakers, staff members, and our administrators speak.
Some other events include our 6th grade visits, which we lead feeder students on campus tours, played games, we asked trivia, welcomed them, and created personalized school posters. We also had back to school night earlier this year. Leadership assisted parents with finding their child's classes and answering questions. Parents got to see what their students do every day and learn about the school. Recently we had open house, which most clubs sold snacks and showcased what they do. Students were able to show their parents what they had been working on in their classes, and for both events, the amphitheater was decorated with welcoming signs and balloons.
CV Cares. We had many fundraisers this year, the first one being the Fall into Giving. We've raised almost $23,000 from parents, staff, and the community, with upcoming campus improvements this summer. All homeroom classes have donated, and the reward that we set for the top donating class was a homeroom ice cream party, which the students heavily enjoyed. The next one was the canned food drive. The highest donation of cans from a single class were 57 cans, which were a pain to put away. The cans help feed people at shelters during the Thanksgiving season, and they were all successfully donated. Shortly after that, in December, we had the holiday toy drive. Similar to canned food drive, but instead of donating food, there were toys. The highest donation from another class were 63 toys, and we designed custom bins for each homeroom for them to put the toys in that looked similar to Christmas gifts.
This year we've had 2 dances so far. We've had a Halloween dance, we've had karaoke, mini bowling, cornhole, face paint, raffles, foosball, and more. There was a DJ and a massive dance group on the amphitheater stage. There were snacks, drinks, and desserts. Students could hang out in the amphitheater, the library, or the karaoke room. This year we had our first original dance, which was the Winter Wonderland. We broke the record for most tickets sold at any event. We had raffles, a photo booth, a basketball arcade, foosball, and more. There was fun music for students to dance and sing to, and the whole auditorium was covered in decorations.
We also have lunchtime games during lunch, which some of our popular games include musical chairs, limbo, scavenger hunts, and more. They take place on the amphitheater stage so all the students can watch and enjoy. There's many things for different holidays and special events, and it brings school together for some fun and laughs.
We have many clubs at CV. Some of them include our language clubs, which are French, Arabic, Chinese, and Spanish. We have Star Wars, Kindness, Honor Society, Golf, Esports, Book Club, Academic Pentathlon, Christian, Math, Anime, Ukulele, Knitting, or Craft Club, and we are the school with the most clubs, and I am in Kindness Club, French Club, and Book Club, and I also did volleyball, and I'm doing basketball.
I am currently in Chinese Club and Honor Society.
I am currently in Honor Society.
I'm in Honor Society, and I played football.
We have many sports here at CV. We have soccer, basketball, flag football, volleyball, cheer, and track currently. Students had tryouts at the beginning of the year, and they currently practice after school. It encourages students to participate in school events and get connected to CV as a whole. We have competed against other OUSD middle schools, such as McPherson, I believe McPherson and a couple others recently. It brings students together and builds friendship among teammates, and this year we were the football champions.
those are some of the awesome things, but that make us unique, but not all. I look forward to inviting, hosting Board Member Minor and anyone else able to attend with her later on this month. I welcome anyone in the community to please come have a tour with me, have a visit. I love to welcome people to our campus. Today was OUSD's Principal for a Day event. We hosted Mr. Robbie Pitts, the mayor of Villa Park, and that was a wonderful event that it was great to just have that community partnership and build those relationships. And again, I love showing people and showcasing our school. So please, I invite you to come say hello and come check out, what makes us special. So thank you. We end all of our daily announcements with this. We are CV.
C, choose respect.
V, value yourself and others.
M, make it safe.
S, strive for success.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. We'll move on to 4E. You've got the Edge Employee of the Month, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Ledesma. As folks make their way to the podium, tonight we celebrate the You've Got the Edge Employee of the Month program for March. Certificated and classified employees are eligible, and an award is given each month during the school year to an employee who exemplifies one of the district's core values of integrity, equity, respect, or excellence. This month we celebrate Amanda Campbell, 4th grade teacher at Palmyra. And April Watson, library and media technician at Knoll Canyon Elementary School. If you can make your way up to the podium.
There we go. Welcome, Amanda and April. Both Amanda and April go above and beyond to serve the staff and students of the Orange Unified School District in ways that reflect the core values of OUSD's EDGE. Our first recipient is Amanda Campbell. Palmyra Principal Christina Betterman, thank you, had this to say about Amanda. Amanda represents Palmyra in so many ways. She is a positive, influential force on campus. She promotes Palmyra by leading our social media, Facebook and Instagram. She is a PTA representative and helps bridge communication between parents and teachers. She is an outstanding GATE teacher. Her instructional skills creates innovation for students, challenges their thinking, and prepares them for their future. She goes over and above to meet all the needs of all the students. She helps lead peer assisted leadership students by instructing them on what leadership is and how to practice it. She has led Anti-Bullying Week, Kindness Week, peer mediation, and much more. Amanda represents all core values in OUSD. Okay, our next recipient is April Watson. Knoll Canyon Principal Jeff Jones had this to say about April. April exemplifies all four of OUSD's core values. Her determination to provide equity to all students and staff has been displayed throughout the school year. April has been a rock star with collecting and distributing all one-on-one devices, preparing textbook materials for teachers, and preparing her library for students to attend. She works extremely hard, all the while keeping a calm composure throughout each day. April is goal-oriented, solution-ready, and innovation with providing students access to the library. April is a wonderful teammate with our office staff and teachers and provides a wonderful library environment for our students. April also demonstrates the core value of excellence in her strive for personal growth, along with her willingness to support Knoll Canyon with a variety of duties. Knoll Canyon is thankful to have April on the team. We want to thank Amanda and April for representing OUSD's EDGE values. They will be awarded with a customized EDGE tumbler with their name engraved, a gift card from Schools First, and a framed Employee of the Month certificate. Congratulations, Amanda and April. The Board of Education thanks you for your dedication and devotion to the Orange Unified School District. Thank you. And here you go. Would you like to say a few words or introduce your family?
Oh. Hi, I'm Amanda Campbell. I'm here with my husband, my mom, my son Holden, who's a first grader at Palmyra Elementary, and my 3-year-old that you keep hearing. And my principal, Ms. Blutterman, I'm so grateful for her. I actually was an alumni here. I went to Crescent, El Rancho, and Canyon, and I'm so grateful that I've spent all my years at Palmyra Elementary as the 4th grade gate teacher. I love our students, I love the diversity, and I love their innovative thinking and everything that they bring to the table every day. So thank you for this. I really appreciate it, Ms. Blutterman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very awkward when I got called up and they're like, hey, can I show you something? And then there's a camera and all these people, but I really appreciate it. I was thanking my mom. She's been sitting here since 7 o'clock just for me, and also my principal, Jeff. And Knoll Canyon's just an awesome school to be at. Not just Mr. Jones, but the teachers are super supportive and collaborative, and even the Knoll Canyon families are supportive when I do book fair, or even this week, Read Across America Week. So I'm just grateful to be part of the Knoll Canyon team and hopefully stay there for a little while longer.
Okay, one picture. Nice. Okay, move on to item 4F, Innovation and Excellence Review of Community Showcases. Mr. Gonzalez.
We're going to have Mr. Irvin present on this along with Dr. Miller.
So good evening, Board President Ledesma, Board Trustees, Acting Superintendent Gonzalez, Executive Cabinet, and the entire OUSD community. Tonight, Dr. Miller and I would like to present an update on to the board about our community showcases. So this aligns to our EDGE plan of 2.5, which has to do with enrollment and our engagement focus. The purpose of the showcase communities is to build and maintain a strong educational, university, business, and community partnership to cultivate deep-rooted connections with stakeholders and encourage the organic growth of Orange Unified's reputation within the community.
Good evening. So the history of the new showcases, the first showcase concept was adopted in the 1920 school year as a movement to expand the traditional open house to a community open house with feeder school participation. The idea of the showcase is to have students performing and engaging incoming families. So the new showcase initiative highlighted signature programs in the respective high school feeder pattern. Community-wide and also regional marketing complemented the new showcase concept. So what you see there on Fletcher's social media, that was the 2020, prior to the pandemic, the community showcase at Villa Park. And then also what you're seeing there is in the summer of 2020, marketing actually at Anaheim Stadium with our partners through the Angels.
And we'll say, before the showcases, the open house events at the high schools were smaller events, and what we're seeing is as we've rolled out these community showcases, basically trying to engage the feeder families, we're seeing a much higher engagement with our community. So a little bit about Attract and Retain. The showcases are a key component of our Attract and Retain program within the Orange Unified School District. The purpose of that program is to bring in new students and families to OUSD and engage existing students and families into the pathways. Another key component is just to create that K-12 community feeling amongst the whole feeder pattern. So just a little bit of data. Orange Unified has the second least enrollment decline of all districts within Orange County over the last 2 years. So as we look at data, I didn't put all of the districts up there, but I did want to highlight a couple of districts because every district in Orange County is seeing a decline of enrollment except for Irvine, because Irvine Unified Irvine, the city, is continuing to have a lot of building going on. So Irvine Unified has a 1.14% gain. Orange Unified has a net negative 2.0% loss. Fullerton Joint negative 3.09% loss. And then at the other end, Anaheim Elementary, a negative 7.06% loss. Laguna Beach Unified, negative 7.69% loss. And Santa Ana Unified, negative 11.68% loss. So just to give you some comparison, some of that Attract and Retain initiative is definitely pulling in our numbers and bringing students to Orange Unified. Last year alone, we had over 2,200 new students to OUSD. 80 new parent contacts have been led through our initiative to have tours. And we actually have a radio advertisement that we've been doing through our Angels Radio. So I don't know if Max can play that for us. Oh yeah, okay. And then we have 87 new interdistrict transfers from last year. We've been averaging 87 new interdistrict transfers per year over the last 6 years, with about a little over 1,000 interdistrict transfers continuing.
So what you're going to hear is a radio ad right now, and this is really fun. See, I love doing this work for our district. I just absolutely love it. Part of leadership is bringing enthusiasm, right? So anybody that knows me loves our school, knows I love our school district, and so this is my work. This is my life, seriously. So here we go.
LAA listeners, parents of school-aged children, Orange Unified School District is inviting you to tour our state-of-the-art facilities and award-winning accredited schools. We are home to ultra-modern science and STEM centers, nationally recognized academic arts and dual language programs, and CIF academic and athletics championships. We are open for enrollment year-round. Schedule a campus tour today. For information on joining the Orange Unified family, go to orangeusd.org/learn more.
So that's one example. We're going to play one more in just a moment, but just so you know, those were played because I have a great partner inside the Angels baseball. In fact, he was our principal for the day at Running Springs. I got him to go. So Drew Zinzer, got to name him. And actually, I think he's going to bring his kid to us. But long story short is that working with the engineer there, Howard Drescher is his name, I said, let's try to play those ads during the Raider games or right after the Raider games, because the KLAA-AM, they play the Raider games. And so they did play those. And they also play them during the Roger Lodge show in the afternoons, which what we're looking for is we're looking for peak audience time. We're looking for the peak audience. So you may have several 100,000 people listening at one time. In fact, a long story short, I know I'm going on right here, but I have to tell you this story. It's fun, is that right after that miracle play when the Raiders won, that if they're against the New England Patriots, I kid you not, I was listening to the radio, I couldn't believe it, and they played the ad. They played that ad. I couldn't believe it. So I literally check a spreadsheet every morning, and I get people that want to take tours. And so we're scheduling them consistently. Our principals are fantastic. Our teachers are fantastic. So.
So a little bit about budget. Since Attract and Retain, we have not had to make any budget cuts because we are constantly bringing in students. Prior to Attract and Retain program, we had to make $20 million in cuts. Student enrollment and beating our demographic projections has saved us from any additional cuts since the Attract and Retain programs was started. So here's a little bit about how we were promoting the showcase. So we started the promotion of the showcases late last year. We continued to get that information out to the community of within OUSD and then beyond. So school messengers were sent out to all 5th through 8th grade families, reminding them of the upcoming showcase on the Friday and Tuesday of every showcase. So it didn't matter where they were within OUSD. We wanted to open up to everyone so they can have the opportunity to visit the high schools. We had a lot of social media marketing. I have to thank the communications department. They were pushing out social media through Nextdoor app and other apps outside of OUSD so everyone had access. We used the TK through 8th grade presentations to bring in elementary and middle school students to the high school campuses, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. We had promotion on the Big A, you can see the picture there, and through radio advertisements since January 1st. And also we had a lot of print media going out through OC Parenting and other publications. Dr. Miller, talk a little bit about the businesses.
So I'm able to go out to businesses, and I have our flyers, so for the various things. And so I've been able to partner with about 5 dozen businesses. And so what I do is I go in and we have nice acrylic covers and whatnot for our events. And so we have a lot of nice people in our community. Part of the goal was to go out a little bit outside of our district so we could attract more kids to our district. So that's kind of been the goal. That's going to continue to expand. But through the greater Orange area and Anaheim Hills and Yorba Linda, we have over 5 dozen businesses that have our items in there. Sometimes they come through and they throw some of them away or they run out. And so what I do is I go back and I restock. And so that's part of that relationship. It's all about building relationships, right? But I get them very enthusiastic about what we're doing, believe me. So, because it's because of these great kids, all they're doing, and because of our, because of our staff.
We also had banners at every school within OUSD. You can see the banner up there on the top. And we did public addresses through our announcements at Fred Kelly Stadium during the fall and winter sports seasons. So that kind of is how we were promoting. We also have that ad, so we can go ahead and play that.
The Fred Kelly too that was fun because sometimes I get to announce the games. And by the way, so we have a lot of different school districts that come in and a lot of private schools and things like that. And it's like, while you're here, you should go to Spartacon on February 1st. That's our first showcase, so that was a great opportunity. So here's the next ad.
Parents of school-aged children, Orange Unified School District is inviting you to attend our TK through 12 community showcases at our state-of-the-art high schools during the month of February, as advertised on the Big A. 2 are our ultra-modern science and STEM centers at Villa Park High School on February 1st, El Medina High School on February 8th, Orange High School on February 15th, and Canyon High School on February 22nd. See our nationally recognized academic, arts, and athletic programs in person. For showcase information, go to orangeusd.org/showcases.
So we have, we're highlighting some of the showcases so you can kind of see what this looked like. This is our Spartacon 2023. This is our first showcase from Villa Park High School. You can see some of the graphics that Mr. Larios' class developed to promote. And then we also have a short Instagram story from the event that our communications department put together. Okay, thank you. So Villa Park was our first showcase. We had 3 elementary middle school performances on the Villa Park Amphitheater stage. It was great seeing those elementary and middle schools actually performing on the Villa Park stage. All of our feeder pattern principals were on site, as well as our OUSD early childhood and TK programming. Santiago Canyon College was there. We had several food trucks, and we estimate our attendance around 1,000 individuals. And these are some images. So you can see that our principals had set up this Olive Elementary. They had set up stations. We have our Taft Tiger dancers there. Some pictures from our Villa Park High School VAPA, Visual and Performing Arts, our AP presentation, which I think there was 3 of those. They were completely packed every single time. And you can see their Cerro Villa musical theater performed, and Knoll Canyon brought some robotics, and they did a performance. Our second showcase was at El Medina High School on February 8th. The theme of their showcase was Our Greatest Masterpiece Is You, and we have a short Instagram story.
Welcome to El Medina High School!
Again, thank you to our communications department. We had an increase in engagement here. We had 6 elementary middle school performances in the quad. Feeder pattern principals were there. Santiago Canyon College. Orange Library also brought a booth. We estimated around an attendance of 1,500. You can see this is their complete program. It was 3 pages long with all the classrooms that were open and all the events that were going on. That included the AP Honors Programming, Art Athletics, CTE highlights, and cheer, pom squads, etc. Here are some just some images from the event. You can see our Santiago cheer team down there, El Medina cheer. In the bottom, we have Jordan and Prospect, who did a orchestra performance. Our culinary CTE pathway at El Medina. They had, and then at the top, I think those were our Chapman Hills dancers that came and did a performance. So that's just some imagery from the showcase. Our third showcase was at Orange High School on February 15th. You can see the poster they developed there, and we'll go ahead and click the Instagram story for Orange High School. So Orange High School, we had the highest level of engagement here with our elementary middle school feeder patterns. 9 of them had different performances, and some of them had multiple performances. So it was nonstop performances from 5 to 6 all the way through. Feeder pattern principals were on site. We had OUSD Early Childhood, Santiago Canyon College, Orange Public Library. Again, we're estimating numbers, but this was our most well-attended showcase. I would guess around 1,750 individuals. And that was their program. And these are just some images. I know we have California there. They had a petting zoo from their farm animals, which was amazing. The kids loved that. We have C-STEM robotics from Portola. You can see some more images there from Palmyra. And I'm not sure which band. I think that was either Portola or Yorba's orchestra band there. So you can see that. And our final showcase was on Canyon High School, and you've already heard from some of our students. It was very cold that night, but it still was very well attended. That was February 22nd, and we'll show you the short Instagram story. You got to see some of our elementary students participating. Actually, could you go back for just a second? They were participating in science labs. They got to go in the aviation room. And for that showcase, we actually started a stamp card, which we are going to expand that next year. So students got stamps for going through the various rooms. And if they completed their stamp card, they got a prize. And I think next year what we'd like to do is have some high school theme materials that they would earn if they get that stamp card completed. And I have to give credit to Mrs. Tippett at Canyon Rim Elementary. This was her idea. So we implemented it at Canyon High School. It was a great success. So we had 3 of our elementary schools perform at Canyon. We had our feeder pattern principal, Santiago. We had an estimated attendance of 1,000. We probably would have had more if it wasn't such a cold evening. Again, they had a AP Human Geography meeting, song, cheer performances, IB Parent Night, which was very well attended, band, choir, visual performing arts, and their dance company performed. And again, 3 pages of stuff going on at Canyon High School. Here's some imagery. Again, we had our elementary students actually doing aviation. You can see how packed our visual and performing arts was in the redeveloped multi-purpose room. We had Knoll Canyon again with some robotics. Crescent was doing their Ozobots on the body drawings and some other, and that's Mrs. Tippett's up there with Canyon Rim. So we'd like to end by saying just a huge thank you to our teachers. Without them, I mean, they truly made these showcases come alive for our students. They did so much work to put this on at the high schools. I cannot thank them enough. Our staff, our students, the ASB students at all of the high schools were amazing. They were doing tours through the new buildings. They were acting as ambassadors. They were working with our elementary and middle school students. They were being MCs. So much they did to organize this, and our administrators. So we'd just like to give everyone a big kudos for such a great job, and we are looking forward to expanding the program for next year.
And thank you again to our Board of Education for sponsoring this great work, to our executive cabinet and our fellow directors. Just thank you very much for this work. I really appreciate it, and we love to do it. So we're going to continue. So thank you so much again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, Mr. Irvin, for that very uplifting presentation. It's good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank you both, too, for all your incredible work. I was able to attend 2 out of the 4, and I can tell you that it was really impressive to see our schools highlighted like this, all in one place. It just makes me want to send my kids all over again. And honestly, I'd like to thank staff, teacher, everybody who put together these incredible showcases. The food trucks, it's just, I got so many good feedback from parents. And so for me, I thought it was important for kids to go to the high school as someone who is in elementary school, because when I was a kid, I never went to the high school, so I didn't know what to expect until I got to high school. So I think having them part of this community is so important. So thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Okay, on to approval of minutes, item 5, 5A and 5B. Can we take them both at, wait a minute, excuse me. Let's just do one at a time. So approval of minutes from February, I think that date is wrong. It's not February 2nd.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, it's 2-2, okay. All right, approval of minutes, February 22nd.
Second.
Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, trustee Minor, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, trustee Erickson, discussion? Yes.
I'm not sure. I think I'd like to make a correction in one of the part of the minutes, and I would have said it earlier, but I didn't catch it till today. It's on item 8B, facilities, Villa Park High School pool update. In it says there will be an inspection and analysis of the 3 high school pools, followed by estimates of replacement, repair, renovation. It didn't have anything. It doesn't mention getting the estimate for the pools, and I believe when I reviewed the tapes, it said something about getting estimates for a pool for the existing size, and then for something like El Medina size, and then a 51-meter size. And so there was no indication here, so I don't know if you want to hold off on approving these minutes so then she can review them again, or I just want to make it accurate.
Well, I think if she just makes that change, if we can approve these minutes with that change included.
Okay.
So I think that the motion might have to change here.
So do you want to?
Can trustee Erickson and trustee Minor withdraw your motions, and then we can make another motion with these changes?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Oh, wait, and I know we've done it both ways, so I
right,
didn't
just,
know
let me just make
however
sure.
you want to take it.
Karen, did you get those changes? Okay. All right, so may I have a motion with the changes suggested by trustee Yamasaki?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Motion by trustee Minor.
You want his? Okay. I'll second.
Okay. Second by trustee Erickson. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, item 5B, approval of minutes, February 23rd meeting. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the minutes as presented and reviewed. Do I have a motion?
I'll just move it.
Trustee Ortega moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, trustee Yamasaki, second. Discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, on to public comment agenda items. Again, let me remind, agenda items would be the action items, information items, and consent items at the time we consider them. But please, trustee Rumsey, can you read the?
Yes. Members of the audience may address the Board of Education on agenda items during consideration of that item. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. Public comment on non-agenda items that are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction will occur after consideration of action items, information discussion items, and consent items.
Okay, thank you. So our first action item is item 7A, declaration of possible need for fully qualified educators required annual report. Do we have a card for that?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. Gonzalez? Let me just read the recommendation and then. Sure. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the attached declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you. Good evening, President Ledesma, board members, and cabinet. This evening, I am presenting the declaration of possible need for fully qualified educators, required annual report. The California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, pursuant to Title V, Section 80026 of the California Code of Regulations, requires school districts to file with the Commission an annual declaration of need for fully qualified educators as a prerequisite to the Commission's issuance of any emergency or limited assignment permit for employees. The declaration includes the titles and numbers of each type of an emergency permit and limited assignment permit, which the employing agency, which is us, estimates based on previous year of actual needs and projections of enrollment. It will need during the year that's covered by the declaration. The declaration may be revised at a later date based upon actual usage or need. So tonight it's recommended that the Board of Education approve this declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 23-24 school year. And in very simple terms, it just gives us that flexibility when it comes to hiring employees for the next school year.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. So I read the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Ortega,
I'll second.
second by Trustee Minor. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, we're moving on to 7B, public hearing, initial proposal from Orange Unified School District to Orange Unified Education Association for 23-24 reopener negotiations. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you. Tonight, we're going to have our agency negotiator, Mr. John Rajic, present this item, present the next two items.
Yes, the next item on the agenda is the public hearing on the district's initial bargaining proposal to the Orange Unified Education Association. The initial proposal is attached to the agenda. The district is required to hold a public hearing to receive input from the public before negotiations commence. And so it is recommended that the board hold a public hearing on its initial proposal to the Teachers Association.
Thank you, Mr. Rajak. Okay, the Board of Education will hold a public hearing to receive input on the district's initial proposal to the Orange Unified Education Association, OUEA, for contract negotiations. So I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing at 8:31. Are there any speakers wishing to address the board? Trustee Rumsey.
I have a comment card for agenda number 6, item number 6, topic PC by Maria L. I don't know what she wants to speak on.
Item number 6.
We're in number 6 right
7B.
now.
7B.
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 Okay.
6 was the comment, public comment.
Okay. I apologize. The card doesn't explain enough for me to.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we can just revisit that 17.
I'll put it on 17.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, any speakers? Yeah,
We're on
7B. 7B.
No comments.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you wouldn't necessarily need a card. Anyone can come up and speak if they'd like,
That's
right?
correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah, regarding the our initial proposal with OUEA.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, no speakers. So what that means is I will close the public hearing and reopen the regular board meeting at 8:33. Okay.
Yes, then the next item on the agenda is the public hearing for the Orange Unified Education Association's initial proposal to the district. That proposal is also attached to the agenda, and the public is entitled to give input prior to the commencement of negotiations on this proposal. So it is recommended that the governing board conduct a public hearing on the association's initial proposal to the district.
This is item 7C, public hearing, Orange Unified.
That is correct.
Yeah, Orange Unified Education Association proposal to the Orange Unified School District for 23-24, reopen their negotiations.
Yes.
So the Board of Education will hold a public hearing to receive input on the Orange Unified Education Association initial proposal to the district for contract negotiations. I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing at 8:35. Are there any speakers wishing to address the board? Again, you don't have to have had filled out a blue card. Okay, hearing none, I will now close the public hearing and reopen the regular board meeting at 8:36. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so no action will be taken as was a public hearing to receive public comment. Okay? All right, so we move on to item 7D. California School Boards Association 2023 Delegate Assembly Election. Let me just read the recommendation here. It is recommended that the Board of Education vote for up to 9 candidates for the 2023 CSBA Region 15 Delegate Assembly. We all received this sheet up here. And we kind of go through this just to go through this and pick 9 or none.
Want us just to say recommendations?
Sure, just, we can check them off right now. We need 9.
Okay. I put down the entire first column,
Okay,
and then Kelly Osborne and Susie Schwartz.
Kelly Osborne and Susie Schwartz. Okay, so that's, okay, that's, let's see, is that 8? Let's see, Kelly Osborne, Susie Schwartz. Is there another one in the second column?
I have Lauren Klatzker.
Okay, you have one. Okay, that's 9. Is everyone okay with that?
No. There's a couple others that I was considering, mainly indicating all the incumbents, but I don't know if you want to are we going to vote on each individual one or take them all as a whole?
So you wanted to include the incumbents?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you want to consider the incumbents.
Mm-hmm.
So there's only one incumbent that is not included in the list, is Arturo Montes.
Right.
So I think the question to the board would be, do we want to include him? And if it's yes, then who do we take out?
Well, I would move then to include Arturo Montes and take out Leandra Blades.
I'd like to include Michelle Bartow.
She's one of the incumbents.
Okay.
She's already there. Okay, so let's just vote to include Arturo first, and then we'll vote to exclude somebody. All right? So the motion is to include Arturo Montes. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Move Erickson. Second, Page. Trustee Page. Okay, all those in, discussion?
What's the vote for?
This is to include Arturo Montes
Two.
to the list of 9. But then we'll have to take somebody from the list of 9 that we already have here. We'll have to
That
exclude
is
somebody.
9, actually, isn't it?
No, because you added Lauren Klatzner.
Right, 1, 2, 3 on the.
The first column is 6. The second column has 3 already.
Yes, 6 plus 3 is 9.
There's 4 on the second column.
Who's the 4th? Oh, you had Kelly Osborne, sorry.
Yeah, Kelly Osborne, and then Susie Schwartz, and then you added Lauren. So there's just, any discussion on Arturo Montes? We need to vote yes or no on him. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those no? Well, I say yes. I'm a yes. Anyone no?
No, that's just on Arturo Montes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So everyone say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, 7-0, yes. So we're going to include him. Now, the question is it was proposed to exclude Leandra Blades. Is there a motion to exclude Leandra Blades?
I'll move it.
Moved, seconded?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Trustee Minor, you have any discussion on that? No? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? No.
No.
Okay, motion passes 4-3. Okay, so we take out Leandra Blades and put in Arturo. Okay, now let's vote on the whole thing. We've made the changes, right? Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Trustee Erickson, seconded by Trustee Page. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we move on to item 7E, Transportation Plan. Mr. Gonzalez?
Mr. Rivera will present on this item along with the Director of Transportation, Christina Celeste Russo.
Sorry. No. No.
President Ledesma, distinguished board members, Mr. Gonzalez.
You pull your
Cabinet.
microphone up. Thank you.
I need to rework it there. There you
Okay,
go.
I got it now.
That works too.
That wasn't going to work for me. Good evening in the Orange community. I'm here to present a transportation report. Alongside is Ms. Christina Celeste Russo, which is our Director of Transportation. I'm Dave Rivera. I'm the Deputy Superintendent and Chief Business Official for the district. This is the first time we've had to present a transportation report, and we'll share with you in a little bit why that's the case. What we're planning to share with you tonight is some background information about the grant, what we are required to do for the grant, some of the data that we're required to present, and also what have we been doing to secure funding for our district, and then what we are proposing the next steps to be. Mrs. Russo has some information to share about what we've been compiling, so I'll let her talk about that right now.
Good evening. Last Friday in the Friday packet, you should have all received a copy of our home to school transportation plan. This plan took months to create with lots of collaboration with various districts and stakeholders. It identifies the scope of services and transportation and board policies, administrative regulations, and various other things that we do within our transportation department. The plan itself was a really interesting process to create because this is the first time we're receiving funding in the state of California for home to school transportation. So there was no template, no format. California Department of Education understands that LEAs in the state run completely different, right? They're different sizes. They handle things differently. So therefore, there is no template for us to work off of. So we've created this plan. It's also been translated into Spanish. Thank you to our lovely district translator, Sonia. And, throughout the state too, we've had so many districts reach out to collaborate and see exactly what we were doing. In Orange County, we are the forefront when it comes to transportation in a lot of ways. So we were able to share this plan and collaborate with various districts. So you might see similar copies from other districts when the time comes.
So unfortunately, even though it's necessary for us to run and provide support to our students, the state has not funded and supported transportation funding. And for the last 15, 20 years, you can see the different efforts that have not been successful. What is different is this past year, in the State Budget Act, there was legislation with over $600 million committed to fund transportation within Prop 98 for home to school transportation. It will bring funding up to a 60% level, and we'll share with you shortly what that looks like for our district. The calculation it only includes our operation costs. It does not include any capital outlays, like, for example, if we buy a bus, that's not a part of the calculations, and we will not be reimbursed for those costs. Ms. Russo?
Okay, so under California Education Code Section 39800.1, there were 8 different things in this mandate that we were required to put into our plan. But I want to focus on a few that were the priorities in which we had to develop as part of this plan. So we had to prioritize low income and grades TK through 6. We had to focus on our unduplicated pupils, English language learners, McKinney-Vento, and foster youth. We had to consult with various stakeholder groups throughout this entire process, and the plan is required to be adopted by the Board of Education on or before April 1st and updated annually each year. Okay, so we already discussed the priorities, low income and TK through 6, your unduplicated pupils, and the plan has to describe how are they going to be able to access free transportation. Okay, so we had various stakeholder consultations throughout this entire process. I am very pleased to announce that, out of all the surveys that we put out between students, parents, and employees in our district, we received over 1,600 responses, which I think is pretty superb considering that this is the first time we've ever had to do it. We've consulted with CSBA. And then part of the consultations also required that we would consult with our local transit authorities, our local air quality management districts as well. Okay, our current scope of services offered is we follow our board policies. So currently elementary school students are transported if they live beyond a 1-mile radius from their school. Middle school students, that would be a 2.5-mile radius, and your high school students would be 3 miles. Our transitional kindergarten students are following the same guidance when it comes to the elementary school level. We also have to consider those on open enrollment, those where parents choose to transport their own students to school. And of course, there's lots of variables we have to consider within that walking radius. Sometimes safe walking paths is something we have to identify.
Okay, so in your packets that you received last Friday, you did receive an illustration of all maps for all schools within our district in the appendix section in the back. But for the purpose of this presentation, we're going to focus on 3 schools, Fairhaven, Portola, and Orange High. There's a legend. So in this map here, you're going to see the legend identifies walking distance, your TK, open enrollment, parent transportation, and/or safety. We like to identify this as the walking radius, right, established as a 1 mile for elementary schools. Dave would like to call this the ring of fire. On here, you're going to see this is strictly just the unduplicated pupils that we put on this map, and it does not include your special needs students. So the blue dots are those that are bused, and the red dots are those that are not bused. And at the bottom, you can see the chart identifies bused versus non-bused within the walking distance and outside of the walking distance. And then this is a map, same concept for Portola, and also for Orange High School.
So if you take a look at where our current operating budget is for transportation, it's over $12.6 million. Those are the expenditures. Our state funding has remained stagnant at $2.2 million for a number of years. So you can see we have a structural deficit of $10.4 million. That funding source, the funding source to cover those costs, is our base ADA that we receive, which covers all our operating costs, teacher costs. That's our classroom funding that we receive. And you can see what the grant will allow for us, and it's using last year's revenues, last year's expenditures. So even if we were to apply all the funds that are entitled to, you can see that there's still a significant deficit for the district. Yes.
Numbers, does that include the 12 million, the expenditures? Is that salaries and equipment?
That's salaries, equipment, fuel costs, tires, everything to run the fleet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as part of the stakeholder consultations that we had, we identified 6 different things that are ranked in order in which they came in on the survey. So as you can see, offsetting operational costs that would otherwise be funded out of the classroom was very important to our stakeholder groups. That gives more money to the students, as we all know. Increasing our staff, providing more work and the ability for them to have more opportunities, and replacing older buses were the top 3. Here are some fun highlights. So in the last 3 years, from 2020 to 2023, we have been blessed with $9.68 million in grant funding that our district has been able to receive. I'm not going to highlight all of them, but I will focus on the very first. It was $2.8 million received from the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Fund. That was the first 7 buses, electric vehicle buses, that we received in 2020. After that, we got $1.26 million in HVIP funding, which is another 6 electric vehicle buses. We're still waiting on 3 of them, but we have most of them already, 3 of them. And then lastly is the most recent $3.17 million in HVIP funding as well. And we're not allocating this to buses just yet. That's the equivalent of 16 electric vehicle bus vouchers that we received. But we're waiting because I just recently applied for the second round of Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Fund, and this is stackable funding. So if we get approved in that next grant funding opportunity with Volkswagen, we can stack that with HVIP. That means that there's less money out of the district's funds to get a bus. So those are the top 3 that we'll highlight, but in between, infrastructure funding for electric and CNG and various others.
So the next time I go to Las Vegas, I'm going to take Ms. Russo with me, because she knows how to come up with a bankroll. So all of this is because of aggressive work in seeking funds, which is what Mrs. Russo has mastered for the district. Otherwise, we would have old buses out on the road that would not be good for kids, or we would have to spend reserves of that amount to buy those buses. So kudos to Mrs. Russo for her work. So what do we want to do? What's the next steps? So we ask that the board take action on the plan. We like to agendize at the next meeting for us to be implementing the plan. So what's the implementation of the plan? We need to realign our staff so that way we can have bus drivers drive our kids and address some of the bus shortages that we have now. To augment some of our costs so that way we're not taking money from the classroom. And also to replace buses so that way we have modern buses and air conditioning in the buses so that way our kids can be safe. So you can see the priorities that have been listed. And also we need to come back and look at our administrative policies to see what we need to update to comply with what is in the plan. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So when I look at the amount that you said we would have a deficit of, and then the grant money that you were able to get, what is the total? Is there a deficit still that will be owing towards the bus fund, and how much is that?
So right now, if we apply 100% of the funding, you're looking at about $6.5 million structural deficit still. But we have needs to address. So our plans are not to apply all the money to the structural deficit, but also we have an agenda item to talk about bus purchase, and we also have an agenda item to bring forth next month to talk about, increasing staffing for bus drivers so that way we have drivers to drive our kids to school.
Just a quick comment. I just want to thank Ms. Celeste Russo, and I love a healthy competition, and I know you have a healthy competition with your predecessor, Pam McDonald, to come up with as much grant funding as you can, and the two of you have saved this district so much money or brought so many grant funds into this district, and we really appreciate your hard work with that.
She's promised me that she's going to get to 15 million, so we'll see.
I believe she will.
Anyone else? Yes. Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. I have a comment. I just want to thank you both, too, for doing an excellent job in our transportation department. We've had the privilege of visiting several times, and I believe even Congresswoman Katie Porter came last year to visit our model transportation department, and she was going to highlight it during her EPA grant, if I remember correctly. So thank you so much. It's my understanding we have one of the largest fleet of electric buses in Orange County. And I appreciate all your cost-saving efforts in applying for grants. And Trustee Erickson is right. You had big shoes to fill, and I think you're filling it well, so thank you very much. We were blessed to have the best transportation managers for the last decade. So thank you very much for all your hard work.
I know we have some people here from our transportation department. Their day starts before 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. So, and I think we have a couple other people over here from transportation. Don't be shy.
Yeah, they worked so hard during the last couple of years for us.
Yes, and I want to thank everyone here. This wasn't a plan just developed by me. It took a collaborative effort, not only across all districts, but my team played a huge part in this. And they do work day in and day out, and we are experiencing those staff shortages and everything else that Dave was talking about right now, but that doesn't stop anyone from being able to persevere. So I do appreciate each and every one of you in this room and everyone who is not. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, so the recommendation, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the transportation plan. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Moved by Trustee Yamasaki, second.
I'll second.
Second, trustee Erickson. Any discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All's opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Never a doubt. Let's see, item F, second interim, Mr. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Ledesma. I have my my executive director here, Ms. Balsara, to help me with this presentation. So as required by law, we need to file a second interim report by March 15th, which states our financial position through using data through January 31st. So the report that we're providing you is to comply with that legal requirement. We're going to walk through three aspects of this report with you: the assumptions, what's not in the budget, and what's the next steps for the district. So one of the key factors is our enrollment. So you can see in red what the decline has been, and the decline has actually been adjusted downwards. The number up on top, which I've shared with you in the past, is that we have a professional demographer that we have a relationship with that gives us a report every year. So if I take the information that he's provided, we should have lost about 1,300 kids, but as you can see that our declines are much less than that. So we've been exceeding what the demographer is projecting, and that's as a result of the information that you heard earlier today, which is our Track and Retain program. Has a lot to do with that. But more importantly, you can name something, you can brand something, but if you don't have quality teachers in the classroom, it doesn't make a difference what you do. And we're blessed to have top class educators here that are making the difference, that are driving these numbers favorable for us. Here's some general information about our budget projections. Let me point you to the attendance rate. In the past, we've been averaging about 96% before COVID, and you can see our numbers at 93%. That is also systemic of what's happening in the county. We're not the only one to experience a 3% drop in attendance rates. And that's a problem for all districts. And you're probably going to hear more conversations at the legislature level because districts are not able to sustain at this rate and without having a fiscal impact. I'm happy to report that our IT department has been working feverishly with our school sites. This is something that I've been discussing since I got here 5 years ago. We've had unduplicated counts of 46%. That's a composite number for all our schools, even though half our schools are Title I schools and have a rate about 83%. And then our more affluent schools have a rate about 30%. So when you average the two, we get to 46. Unfortunately, the funding model does not provide us support as it would in other districts. The magic number is 55%. Well, through the work of our IT department and schools, we've been able to get that number over 60. And you're going to see shortly the benefits to the district in terms of financials as to additional funding that we're entitled to, that we've been entitled to for a long time, but unfortunately the state has not funded. The other thing that's relevant here is in the State Budget Act, we were approved for almost $15 million of the Art Block grant money. In the governor's plan for next year, he plans to take a third of that away, even though we've received money. And that's a result of the current budget projections. You can see the assumptions of what we've already put into the budget. We have approved agreements at the beginning of the year. All the factors that we have to budget, the county likes to see all our working assumptions, so this complies with that. This is the part that is concerning to me. So I like to break numbers down in different segments so that way I can see what monies we have to run the classroom and what money is earmarked for direct instruction for students. So the base is the money that we receive to run our schools. So you can see in 21-22 and 22-23 that we went from 217 million to 248, and that's as a result of the change of the funding model and the 3-year averaging. Next year, we're projecting that number to be $262 million. And that number has dropped because of the 93% average. But rolling forward, you can see that that number is flat. Or for a district of our size, we need 3 to 4% of new money to keep up with expenses, to keep up with utility bills, just the operations of a district. Now let's look at the supplemental and concentration grant funds. The goldenrod numbers are our supplemental funding. That's the 20% stipend that we receive for students that are under the UPP, unduplicated percentage. So all of a sudden you see an amount showing up here in green. That's the concentration grant. That's because we're over the 55%. So you can see that number is growing. This goes directly into the classroom for student services. So the problem is we have to open our doors and run our operations. But really the money that we're getting is restricted. It's good because it's for kids, but it's going to be problematic because we're not getting any additional funding like to pay for the light bills or pay for the rising cost of fuel for transportation. That's what comes from the base. So we have some challenges here. We're hoping to address those challenges by increasing our attendance. So I've already talked to my colleagues. I said, you're doing a great job for Attract and Retain. I was referring to the voice and the face of Attract and Retain that you heard from earlier. But now we need to focus on increasing our average daily attendance because that's going to be the driving force, and that's what's going to allow us not to make budget cuts as we make that as a priority. Okay, I can't do this whole presentation by myself, so I'm going to hand this to Ms. Balsara.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Good evening, board members and newly appointed acting superintendent, Mr. Gonzalez, and cabinet members, community, and colleagues. So this is, as Mr. Rivera said, that this is a requirement that every interim we come and present the numbers to you, and this is the requirement to project for not only current year but to next subsequent years for revenues and expenses. So you can see that the revenues are included based on the governor's January budget proposal, including COLA changes and also including the unduplicated pupil percentage increase that our IT have worked on. So we have included all those numbers here, and you can see the revenues increasing. And also with that, you will see that there is a change in fund balance for restricted is been declining in the next 2 years, and that is because of the use of one-time funds. And as you can see, the overall, we are increasing our reserve from 151 million to 154 next year and 150 million the following year. So this is our trend, and we are really studying very closely our trends for revenues and expenses, and this is the overall look for our base and supplemental and concentration general fund. This is the breakup of the reserve that as a state requirement, we have to set aside some funds for stores, inventory, and the restricted programs. And you may recall that last year in May, board has passed the resolution because of the new law for setting aside funds for several designations. And that's the law, and in addition to 3% reserve that we are setting aside every year. So this is the more detailed level of the each designation and the amounts for each year. So with that, I want to also include what's not in the budget.
So we have, you have heard about the home to school transportation plan just recently, and you just approved it tonight. And so we have not included that funds as part of our budget projection. We will be adding that later on once the plan is approved. Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, we have that grant for $25.83 million, and we have for about 6 years to spend that money. And we are working on how to, budget that, and the departments are planning the, with the stakeholders' input, the expenses for those. The arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary, that's the one that Mr. Rivera mentioned that has been going to reduce by 1/3, and it's about $4.9 million. So the expenses are going to be allowed on 4 more years for that, but that $14.8 million, it seems like that it's going to be reduced by about $5 million. So all these three, 2 of them are one-time block grants. We have included revenues, but we have not included expenses, but we are working on with the staff and departments and stakeholders' input to come up with the plan, and soon we'll present it to board. And there are next steps at the state level. Legislators are working on the proposals or how to, update the May revise, and governor is going to come in the May with the January, update. So they'll revise actually January's budget in May with some revisions. At local level, our staff is working on the budget stabilization plan. We are looking at various opportunities for enhancing our revenues, and where are the areas that we can, reduce our expenses, or how can we budget to be strategize those, and also focusing on retain and attracting our students, and operational efficiencies that we can bring it in. So next time we'll be back with our budget presentation for a public hearing, and that will be for LCAP and districts next year's budget, and that will be on May 18th. And then following to that, June 1st, we'll be bringing the budget and the LCAP for the adoption. And I'll be happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for them? Hearing none.
None.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Okay. The recommendation, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the second interim report. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Moved by Trustee Minor, second.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Rumsey. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we move on to item G. Authorize district staff to issue a request for proposal, RP document to contract with an executive search firm.
We have a comment.
Okay, yes, we'll take the comment.
Okay. Edith Escueda.
Buenas noches, miembros de Junta Directiva del Distrito de Orange, padres, maestros y alumnos. Mi nombre es Edith, soy producto de Orange Unified School District, graduada de la escuela Orange High. Soy la primera generación de mi familia, graduada de la universidad y con una maestría en educación especial. Soy madre de 3 niños en el distrito, un hijo en Almodina superándose y con un promedio de 4.5. Thank you, Elmo. También tengo 2 niños en la escuela McPherson, 6º y 4º grado, también sobresaliendo y representando a este distrito en alto. Thank you, McPherson. Yo, en particular, estaba muy contenta con mi superintendent, porque mis hijos estaban muy bien académicamente. Pero esta noche, como las últimas otras noches, tengo que estar aquí. Me gustaría estar en mi casa con mis hijos, pero tengo que estar aquí representando a los niños que no se pueden defender de personas como ustedes dos. Hoy quiero enseñarle a mis hijos que cuando algo no te gusta tienes que hablar y levantar la voz. Estoy desconsolada porque quizás muchos miembros de mi familia votaron por ustedes dos y me siento decepcionada por las cosas que han hecho para afectar a nuestro distrito y cómo quiere usar a la comunidad hispana. Es hora que nos dejemos de tonterías y que elijamos a un nuevo superintendente permanente. Y para eso tenemos que escoger a una compañía que no tenga ninguna conexión con ninguno de ustedes, especialmente tú que trajiste a tu amigo. Es hora de reenfocarnos en la educación de los niños. Cuando una familia está rota, afecta a los niños. Y cuando un distrito está roto, también se afectan los niños. Y eso no es justo para ninguno de ellos. Es hora de hacer el cambio. Dejen de enriquecerse y enfóquense en los niños que son nuestro futuro. Gracias.
Okay. Yes. Well, what I was suggest is if she could come up and our translator could read her phone and repeat it back to us. Señora, ¿puedes traer tu teléfono para lo que dijiste, traducirlo en español? Aquí tenemos a alguien.
¿En español o en inglés?
Bueno, inglés, pues, sí, inglés, disculpe. Okay, so if you can read that and then translate at the same time in English.
Yes, I'll go ahead and do that. Good evening, members of the board of Orange Unified, teachers, parents, and students. My name is Edith. I'm a product of OUSD, graduated from Orange High. I am the first in my family to graduate from the university with a degree in special education. I am a mother of 3 children of this district. I have a son in El Medina who is with a 4.5 GPA. Thank you, Elmo. I also have 2 kids in McPherson, 6th and 4th grade, and also doing very well and representing this district and very highly. Thank you, McPherson. I, in particular, was very happy with my superintendent because my kids are doing very well academically, but tonight, like all the other nights, I have to be here. I would like to be with my children, but I am here representing my kids. Representing all the kids that cannot defend themselves from people like you two. I would like to teach my children that when you don't like something, you have to speak up and raise your voice. I am very disappointed. I'm very disappointed because I'm sure that many members of my family voted for you two, and I feel disappointed for the things that have been happening to our district and how you are using the Hispanic community. It's time that we stop with all this idiocracy and we hire a new permanent superintendent. And for that reason, we need to hire a company that has no connections with none of you two. Especially with you that have brought your friend. It is now time to refocus our attention on our students' education. When a family is broken, it affects our children. And when a district is broken, it also affects our children. And that is not okay for neither of them. It is time to do a change. Please stop with please stop with trying to, I can't think of that word, but the focus should be on our children that are our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so before we get into this item, Mr. Covert, can you be at the podium? This is to, if we have any questions. The idea behind this was we have a proposal. If you have any changes to this proposal or any suggestions to this proposal, this would be the time to do it, and then we will incorporate those changes, and then that's the request for proposal we will vote on this evening. Everyone okay with that? Okay. So anyone have any changes?
I do.
Okay.
As to item number 15, or paragraph 15 on page 4,
Provide the fees?
is that fees, I'm assuming? It's supposed to be fees?
Oh, FES.
Provide
Yeah.
the fees?
Yeah, provide the fees for the full description of your services, yeah. Yes.
And then, so this is obviously an important paragraph because this is listing, we want anybody who's putting in a proposal to ensure that they have no conflicts of interest. So one of the, let's see, so it says, provide the fees for full description of your services, a list of references, proposed timeline, list of associates in your firm who have an affiliation with SRCS. What is SRCS? Is that just a typo? Should that just be Orange OUSD?
On the board, it says have an affiliation with Orange Unified.
Oh, I must be operating on a, did we get a different one?
Yeah, because I have,
Got a new one.
I have
Okay.
SRCS.
You have SRCS?
That's, Mrs. Erickson?
Yeah.
That is a typo. That should read OUSD.
Okay, all right, that's it.
That's it?
That's it.
Anyone else? Okay, I've got a few here. On page 2, the timeline, and this is more open to my colleagues. So where it says board interviews conducted with search firm and selection April 13th board meeting. I'd like to, and then the one above it says paper screen, RFP submittals April 3rd, paper screening. I'd like to scratch that out, and I'd like the board to do the interviews in that week of April 3rd. And is that a closed session or an open?
The interview of search firms, that's an open session item.
Okay. So I'm just suggesting with my colleague, and then also requesting maybe that it be a Saturday meeting. We've done that before in the past.
So April, I'm sorry, the week of
The week April 13th. And so the Saturday before that would be the 1st, April 1st, and the Saturday after that would be April 8th. But that's only if we want to consider Saturdays. Otherwise it would be in the evening.
So that's spring break, right?
Well, let's take it one at a time here. Is that okay? I mean, is everybody okay with the board holding interviews the week of the 3rd or somewhere near there?
I don't see a problem with the week, but on Saturdays, I coach 3 of my son's soccer teams. So
That's fine. I just threw that out there, hoping that would work out. But if it doesn't, then we do it in the evenings, and we might have to take 2 evenings depending on how many search firms.
Can I ask you the rationale to move it from the 13th?
Oh, because I would like to be able to have a search firm to vote on the 13th, to kind of just move this process along.
would something of an ad hoc committee be considered?
I'd really like all 7 of us, because then we get into, well, who's going to be on it and all that kind of thing. I'd rather, I mean, we like I said, we've done this in the past where it's the whole board interviewing the search firms.
I've never participated in one of these. So is that generally speaking a pretty long process? I don't know.
It can be. It depends how many firms we pick, or actually in this case it would be because there's no real paper screening, but depending how many there's going to be. That's why I say it might be like, let's say there's 4, then we do 2 one evening and 2 the next evening.
Well, I'm assuming the public would like to be involved in coming and watching because it's an open meeting. So I think having 2 nights probably isn't very practical, but I wouldn't object to having one night that's just dedicated to these interviews because I do
That's
think
fine.
it could potentially take some time that we're obviously going to have business to do on April 13th, which I don't know what the agenda may be like.
Well,
but-
we wouldn't, it would be just strictly to interview, so we could start the meeting probably like at 5 o'clock.
On April 13th.
No,
Oh,
the week,
before that.
some
Okay.
night on the week of the April 3rd. April 3rd is a Monday, so the 4th Tuesday, the 5th Wednesday, 6th is Thursday.
And spring break is the week prior.
Yes.
Again, this is so at our April meeting, we can vote on or approve a search firm. A question, Mr. Covert. After interviewing, do we select one and then we put them on the agenda, or how does that work?
Yes, you have, I would respectfully submit that you have your agenda broad enough so that if you're prepared to make a selection, you can do that. The interviews are in public, and then the motion to approve XYZ firm is also in public, and then a second discussion, and a decision is made.
So on the week of the 3rd, we can make a decision, and then on the week at the board meeting in April, we would then approve the whatever contract.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody with me there? Yeah. All right.
So this committee part doesn't apply?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do this committee. And then here is, there's another section where it talks about committee. This is evaluation of the proposals. Each proposal shall be, and this is on page 5, excuse me, and I wanted to make a change to that. Each proposal shall be initially evaluated by a screening committee for its responsiveness. I'd like to, I don't want a screening committee. I just want our cabinet, the cabinet too. So each proposal shall be initially evaluated by the OUSD cabinet for its responsiveness.
That's fine.
Mr. Ledesma?
Yes.
So the intent of having a screening is to make sure that this process is being administered by a purchasing department that handles all RFPs. So the intent of having the screening is to make sure that we have responsive proposals by the vendors. So did they complete everything? Did they submit everything? Do they meet the qualifications? And then we would turn that over to the board to say, this is the ones that met that requirements. So
Okay.
we can do that. I would add, besides our cabinet, if that's going to be something delegated to cabinet, that would include Mr. Groom, which is our director of purchasing, because he's administering the process.
Okay, yeah, but the screening committee seemed just a little too broad for me, so that's why I kind of wanted to narrow it. But if you say that typically our purchasing department screens for responsiveness, we could leave it at that, but I would like it to say purchasing department does the screening.
Yeah, I think what we can do is,
And then they submit it to cabinet or submit it to you to.
yeah, we can put a process that did all the respondents submit as required?
There you go.
And then we can meet in cabinet to review that and then bring that recommendation to you.
Well, what you would bring is you'd bring us the firms that
The
met
list.
all those requirements, and those are the ones that we interview.
Correct.
Because those that did not meet the requirements, we don't.
Correct.
Okay? Is that everybody okay with that?
I just want to make sure there's full transparency, and so the firms that meet the screening requirements will only be screened by your department and not by any board members,
Yeah,
correct?
no.
Okay.
That's what we're gonna. That's why
I just want to make sure,
Sure.
because if you include one board member, then you should
No,
include more members.
This is before
Okay.
we get to the interviews. So the screening would be by purchasing department, who would submit it to the cabinet.
Okay.
And then the cabinet says, okay, these are the 3 responsive firms. Okay, so the week of the 3rd for interviews.
You said 3 responsive firms, or was that just?
No, I don't know how many responsive.
Okay, you were
firms.
just
I'm
throwing a number.
Just an
Okay.
example, yeah.
All right.
Is April 6th is the Thursday before the,
That's okay with me. Is Thursday, April 6th, okay for everyone? Okay, wonderful. So then we scratch out the paper screening and we just go to interviews. Okay?
is that going to be a 5:30 meeting or 7 meeting? Or
We can make, how about 5 o'clock meeting?
5 o'clock? Well, public, for purposes of the public, I mean, I know a lot of our.
Consistent.
Okay,
5:30
5:30 meeting.
Okay.
Okay, 5:30 meeting, that's fine. All right.
If we consult our calendar and find that we have a conflict, because I don't have a calendar.
I understand. So we'll just say tentative the 6th, and then everyone's okay with the 6th, but you need to look at your calendar, right? So except for one. Okay. So we'll have to have, Karen, you may have to kind of change the date on this if Trustee Rumsey, so if we hear something from Karen, meaning, well, the 6th didn't work for Trustee Rumsey, is there another time? So do we have a second date? Wednesday the 5th?
Yes,
Tuesday the 4th?
I can do Tuesday the 4th. I can't do Thursday the 6th.
Okay.
I can do Tuesday the 4th.
Trustee Page? Okay, well, okay, so let's leave it at that. So first choice is the 6th, Thursday the 6th. Second choice is
No, she can't do
She
this.
just said she can't.
I cannot
Oh,
do the
you can't,
6th.
for sure you can't.
For sure, I cannot.
Okay. So Tuesday the 4th doesn't work, okay.
I can do Wednesday the 5th.
Wednesday the 5th,
Passover.
I can do Monday the 3rd.
okay. Saturday's looking better and better, huh? Monday the 3rd. Monday's okay? Everybody?
Monday, April 3rd, is that what you said?
Yes, Monday, April 3rd, 5:30.
I can do that.
Okay?
And this would be considered a special meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
With notice tonight.
Yeah. Okay, everybody okay? Monday the 3rd, Mr. Trustee Ortega?
I apologize, but please do not allow people to swear at me. Never.
Question?
That word does not. It is frustrating.
Please. Okay. Okay, please just, please.
I already apologized.
Okay.
I have not spoke once tonight.
Okay, I think,
Okay.
I think it's understood, okay? It's understood now. We're covered. So just please.
One caveat I'd like to have is that instead of just an open, that we say it's like 45 minutes per firm.
Right, yeah, we can put a time limit per firm in the presentation, maybe like, 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
They're all going to be the same. So, 30 minutes per firm.
I think we did that last time.
We did that.
Yeah.
We've done that in the past.
Right.
When you say 30 minutes per firm, you mean 30 minutes for the interview? Is that what you're
No,
talking
no,
about?
well, no,
Yes.
well, they usually have an initial presentation, and then we interview them. So let's just say however many we have, I mean, if we have, I mean,
Who knows?
if we only have a couple, then we can, well, let's just see how many we have, and then we can set a time limit for each one.
Yeah,
Is
because
that reasonable?
Because they're going to be responsive to all of everything in this.
Right.
So it's all going to be the same thing. It's just, who are you? And
Well-
why should we choose you?
Well, and then it's going to be our own personal
Of
questions
course.
that we want to bring to the table.
I'm just being basic about it.
Right,
So.
right.
But they need to, but the firms will know far in advance before they have to do their presentation.
Well, they'll know how long, I mean, we can decide right now, how long should their presentation be? I say 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't have any experience, so I don't know what's
Yeah,
normal.
I think, yeah, they're good, like Mr. Ortega said, they're going to be responsive. Give us your spiel, 30 minutes, and then we have, and then, but like Mr. Ortega said, should we add 15 minutes for board member questions or half hour for board member questions?
Presentations are usually within 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, we can make a 15-minute
The
presentation.
question
I'm
is,
just-
will we have their proposals
Yes.
beforehand?
Oh, yes, yes,
Okay.
oh, definitely,
So
definitely.
that's my question. So
Yeah.
we're not having to review those?
No.
And they present? Okay.
Right. I mean, proposals are due March 31st.
And we should have, but I mean,
That only
we're
gives us a
meeting,
couple days.
that's on Friday at 4 PM, and we meet on Monday at 5 PM, 5:30 PM, so.
That's what I'm saying. I like Saturday the 8th the best.
But then you run into Easter.
I can't do that either, though.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Well, I mean, the following Monday, let's see, 8, 9, the 10th?
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
And this is, of course, subject to what Mr. Rivera has to say. You may want to move up a couple of days when the proposals are due, because they're going to have to be received, they're going to have to be qualified, they're going to have to be copied and transmitted to the board.
We
And-
probably need to move it up at least 2 days, so instead of closing on the Friday, that we would move it up to Wednesday, because then by Friday, we can turn something around. Otherwise, at Friday at 4:30, we're deciding what to paper screen, and I don't know how many applicants we're going to have. And then we need to turn that around to you, so that way you can be ready on Monday.
Isn't that spring break for the district that week? Will you guys be working in the office that week?
We always work, yes.
Okay, does that work?
So how about if we change the date to the 29th, which is Wednesday? And then on the 31st, we'll be presenting to the board the packets that we're going to be getting from the candidates of the ones that you're going to be interviewing.
Okay,
Sounds good.
But it still gives us only 2 days to review the packets.
I understand. Again,
It's-
the packets are going to meet the RFP, so it's going to be, whatever questions you have now, I mean, you have to develop your questions.
You want to move it to Tuesday, the 28th, then, if that's a concern. It's been my experience as a person who from time to time submits a proposal, you have this stuff all pretty prepared and ready to roll, other than being sure you get the district with the correct initials throughout your proposal.
You're talking about the firms. The firms are
Yeah,
usually already.
right, so
They have a
I would be-
boilerplate already in place.
Exactly, so you could say the Tuesday, the 28th, you could say Monday, that Monday. I think that, do you agree that's enough time for them?
Yes.
Yeah, and then you'll
So-
have more time to review.
So that means we would get it on Thursday. Be nice to get it on Thursday, the 30th.
Yeah, I think we're going to at least have to give a couple-day lead time to the firms, because if they're having to travel and make arrangements, so I agree that if we're going to use the Tuesday, the 28th, then on Thursday, the 30th, we need to be contacting the firm, so that way they can be here on Monday.
Right. And so Thursday is when you would submit those firm's proposals to the board members.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, what if we just met April 10th? Would that make it easier for everybody since we're not running into spring break and all of those things? If we met for our interviews a couple of days before the board
I'm
meeting?
good at April 10th, too.
What day of the week is that?
Monday.
It's a
Monday.
Monday. Well, I mean, that, or
I will be out of town. I apologize.
Okay.
My spring break falls at a different time.
are
And
you,
I've already made reservations and so on.
our board meeting's the 13th. Are you out
I
of town
was,
for that?
I was going to be back for that.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then we still stick with April 3rd, Monday. And we get proposals in March 30th for the interviews. Okay, so, all right? Okay, one other change, scope of services. Meet with board to review the position requirements and assess board's priorities. There's no date on this, but I'd like to have this done, I'd like to, for us to do this the latter part of April. So the week of April 17th or the week of April, maybe April 24th might be better.
What is the rush to get that?
Well, this is where, well, they have to meet, the firms have to meet with us, and we're talking to them about goals and objectives and all that kind of thing. And then we tell them that's what the board is looking for in the qualifications of a superintendent.
Right, so we're voting on the firm on April 13th, and you're saying you want to meet 4 days later?
Well, it doesn't have to be 4 days there. It could be, like I said, I'd like to meet maybe like the week of the 24th of April. I'm trying to move this process a little bit, I mean, the board piece anyways, so that they can get started on their search. They definitely need to speak with the board in order to get started on their search.
Couldn't we approve them on the 13th and also simultaneously do this?
That's typically a rather extensive discussion.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
think it would be.
Board, yeah, is that a closed session?
No, open.
Okay. So board priorities, goals, and objectives in order to assist the board in determining and articulating criteria and qualifications necessary. So this is where we tell them, beyond the proposal you just met, these are the things, these are qualities that we want to see in candidates that you are searching for. I mean, qualifications like, must they have a doctorate? Is that important to us? That's just an example. I mean, we don't have to decide this now, but I just, maybe Karen, I mean, are we okay with the latter part of April to have this?
I'm not available at all the week of the 24th.
Okay.
I'm out of town.
How about the next week, whatever that is? I don't know what that is.
May 1st?
May 1st?
Our board meeting is May 4th. You don't think we can do it on May 4th?
Okay, we can do it May 4th.
Oh, I thought he said is it extensive?
Well, yeah, it's kind of extensive is the thing.
How about April 19th?
I think that's a lot. In all due respect, if that's possible, I think that'd be a good idea.
To do it before?
Yes. I heard somebody say the 19th, because you're approving their agreement on the 13th.
So it's best to
You're not available.
meet with them right away, move them
You're
along.
out of town the entire week.
Also, when you look at the RFP, if you're specific as to when you want to meet with them, and we haven't even selected the firm, and then that date doesn't work with that firm, then you're going to have to amend the agreement. So you may want to just be flexible and just, as part of the interview process, to if you have a
Maybe
goal.
just say the week of type of thing. instead of giving a specific date?
Correct.
That's a good point. They might not be available.
Let's see.
And
here.
also, if the firm has a number of recruitments going on, that may be the conflicts. So you don't know, because I think one of the key questions is, how many recruitments do you have going on?
Yeah, exactly.
But the question is, how can they support us if they have 20 recruitments going on? What's the
Exactly.
resources?
Exactly. We've run into that before.
So that may be one of the questions that you want to ask about how they're going to be able to support and, are they going to give us their A team? So I think those are things that you may want to consider in interview questions and not be as specific on the RFP.
Right.
Because some firms may not submit because they can't meet a date, but as you work it, you may work out another alternative agreement.
Right. So the week of the 24th, is that whole week out for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So the week of the 1st, May 1st? Meaning any one of those days?
Did you just ask about the week of the 1st?
Yep.
May
I'm
1st.
pretty much only available the 2nd.
I'm available May 2nd.
Okay. Well, just
And I can do the 1st, but not really.
we'll just leave it as the week of the 1st, and then Karen will get back to us.
Yeah.
Or after we meet with the firm, after we select the firm, then they'll have that already in mind that the week of the 1st we want to meet. So if you want, everybody can kind of put on their calendar, save the date, May 2nd. Or actually, save the date, May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
I'm not available the 3rd.
Okay,
but
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so are we okay with some of these proposed changes?
I am.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. So we got all those changes?
So we need to change this part.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Right. So, Mr. Rivera, under introduction, page 2, Trustee Yamasaki just pointed out something. Consultants will be invited to present their proposal to the board at an open public meeting on April 13th. That's going to be April 3rd now.
Correct.
Okay? So you might want to go through, and since the very first date we changed, you might want to go through and kind of make some adjustments there, please.
I'm going to meet with Mr. Groom tomorrow to review all the changes to make sure we're going to watch the video. So that way, what was stated here, that we can capture everything on this agreement.
Okay. So, Mr. Covert, based on the changes that are going to be made, can we still go ahead, we can still approve this, right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Sounds good. Okay. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the request for proposal document and also to include the discussion of this meeting that changes that document. Anybody, do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Moved by Trustee Yamasaki, second by Trustee Minor. Any discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All's opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, information item, annual report of the Measure S Citizens Committee, or Citizens Oversight Committee. Mr. Gonzalez, who will speak to this? Oh, there you are.
I'm right here.
All right.
Hi, welcome. Welcome, thank you very much I've not met all of you yet. I am Deanna Fasinelli. I am your chairperson for the Measure S Committee. What I'm prepared to do here is offer you the annual report, which is required by law. Will be simple, and at the end, if you have any questions, please address them. All right, so what are we? We're an independent body of volunteers that were appointed by this board to oversee the finances of the bond proceed. What that means is that we look at the finances after you've spent the money to make sure that everything has been spent in accordance with the bond language. So we don't offer an opinion on what the building looked like or whether or not we liked the glass or whether or not we cared for how the roof was put on, but what we do look at is to make sure that every dollar that was spent in accordance with the bond language. Who serves on this committee is a variety of people. We have a business organization member. We have a senior citizen organization. We have parents. We have bona fide taxpayer organization members. We have community at large members. Sitting here today, I believe I have one board member with me, Nicole Jones, which is a parent. I believe she's a parent volunteer, if I remember correctly. Am I correct? A parent-teacher organization. We do have, let's see, we have 7 people. We have had original 4 from the beginning of this bond. So we are committed. We've been educated. We meet 2, 3, 4 times a year. This is our 6th report to you, and we're only required to meet once. So I want you to know how committed these people are and have been. This is a list of people who are the members. They are very diversified. They come from all ends of the district, some in Orange, some in Villa Park. I believe one lives in Anaheim. So we do have a variety of ages. We have people who have gone to school in Orange Unified School District. We have those who have not. But they come with a variety of education, and they certainly take their roles quite seriously. This year, we've spent $32 million. And when I say this year, is our year runs from June 1st to May 31st. So of the second series of bonds that were issued, we have spent approximately $32 million. Am I correct, Mr. Harvey? I just want to make sure I get those numbers correctly. It's hard because we're already in March, and I'm looking at numbers from June. The audit was completed. The audit was clean. There were no management issues. The auditors came, delivered the report to us, and I believe it's already been delivered to you. They met with the staff. They didn't find any issues with the staff. They asked all of the questions. All of them were answered. In addition, we asked the auditors specific questions from how many invoices did you actually look at? What sites did you go visit? And they did. We also asked if they had any issues with any of the staff. They did not. We, in turn, as a committee, also asked the staff members questions. They have always answered the questions in writing as well as in person. They've always taken our phone calls, and we've not had any issues with any staff members. This shows you our report through the end of June, and this we spent the $32 million. That is all spent, again, with accordance with the bond. So what that means is when you're seeing those solar panels on top of the high schools, the bond money did not go to that. That was from some other fund. We only spent it on your science buildings and none on salaries, none on any bond expenditures, none on any legal expenses in there. So this is a summary of what we did. We physically met 3 times. We had a couple Zoom meetings in there also. And our next meeting again is in April. And the board welcomes anybody who'd like to come to our meetings. Everything is online. We have our minutes. We have our meeting dates. We have our agenda packets. They're all online, and we also do take comments from the public. If they'd like to email them to the staff, they will read them to us. This is our statement of compliance that we have made our report to you, and that the audit report has been submitted, and that it has been found to be fair, accurate, and we're very happy to present that to you at this time. Any questions?
Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Just a comment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you to Diana Fasinelli, Dan Slater, Patricia Buttress, Bill Campbell, Nicole Jones, Myrtle Shaw, and Bill Etter. We know how much passion you have for this project to ensure that everything goes really well. And I know that we have people on this committee that supported the bond and some that didn't, and that's good, so that we really have an objective group of people looking at it, and we appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. You're correct. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item B, discussion of proposed changes to Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee bylaws. Mr. Harvey?
Yes, good evening, President Ledesma, distinguished board members, Acting Superintendent Gonzalez, Executive Cabinet, staff, and community members. Tonight I'll be giving you an overview of some proposed changes to the current Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee bylaws. As you just heard from Mrs. Fasanelli, the purpose of the committee and what they've been up to. The committee met in a special meeting on February 15th, specifically to discuss the changes, and as requested, we bring the updates to the board for review and discussion this evening. So there's no action on these changes, just a first kind of reading of what those changes are. So some considerations. In summary, there are mainly three changes to the bylaws that we are proposing, that the committee is proposing. This coming May, 4 of the 7 original members of the Citizens Oversight Committee, which held its first meeting on May 24th of 2017, they will term out. This leaves the committee without a quorum. In addition, the vacant member positions have been increasingly hard to fill for staff, with search efforts sometimes taking 6 months or longer, with only a few candidates applying, if any. We've had to rerun some of those searches over and over again until we found one candidate available. The committee is asked to increase the term limit in the final term of these positions as to not leave the district without a full committee or a quorum, and we'll cover those details shortly. Additionally, when the bylaws were originally drafted in 2016, the word advisory was used to partially describe the Citizens Oversight Committee's purpose. However, this was an error that needs to be corrected per our legal counsel. In 2018, the board tabled an agenda item in regards to this change, but the item has not been revisited by the board until now. So I'll go over that in the next sections as well. Finally, a small update was requested in 2018 regarding a change in the function of the Oversight Committee's secretary. And so I'll go over that as well. So those are the three things that we'll talk about today. Here's the language that will update the current term limits. In the original bylaws, section 3, titled Members, it stated that members are appointed for a term of 2 years, with no member appointed to more than 3 consecutive terms. So 6 years, basically, of total service. The proposed change specifies an updated term to 4 years, with no more than 3 consecutive terms. So in other words, original Oversight Committee members that started in 2017 will be granted a final 4-year term. This adds 2 years to their current service. So they were going to term out in 2023. They'll now term out in 2025. Those members that they're in their first term, they'll actually get 2 consecutive 4-year terms on top of their initial 2-year term. So if I entered in 2019, for example, I'm in my first term, this is the end of my first term, then I'd have 2 more terms of 4 years. So does that make sense? Okay.
So you're saying you can be on there for 10 years?
You could potentially if you had joined later, correct. But the bond will not go on for 10 years. The bond is scheduled to be done on paper, at least from what we're scheduling, 2025-26 school year.
Okay.
So 2025 is a safe bet, and it gives us time if there are members. And there are some members that have mentioned, and I won't go into who they are because we haven't received them in written writing yet, in written form yet, but that may not, exercise their final term, and won't go for the extension. Will end early, but at least it will give us some time to fill those positions, and we'll have a quorum during that time where we can actually meet. 4 members leave at once, it leaves us in a tough position.
So the extension will be helpful to the committee's continuance, right?
It will have, yes.
Okay.
It will bring consistency, meaning the same members will be able to continue what they've been doing.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much.
But it does give the opportunity for new members with the information I just shared with you that there may be some other members that are leaving earlier than that 4-year extension of term. Does that make sense? Okay. So in terms of the second update, so that's the term limits. I mentioned the purpose of the Oversight Committee in relation to the board. This was originally stated in error, and the Citizens Oversight Committee was listed as an advisory board. This is an error. Per Education Code, the purpose of all bond construction oversight bodies is to provide oversight of the program expenditures, project bidding practices, and review the yearly bond audit for accuracy and completeness. The Oversight Committee is also to provide a report to the board annually of their findings, like you heard tonight. The error in the word advisory alludes to the committee having a direct impact on the board's decision-making process, and therefore makes them subject to all rules and regulations that elected officials are subject to. This needs to be changed as to properly follow Ed Code. So just really one word change is what we're asking, and that's here as shown on the screen and in your packet, section 3, letter B. So that's the one change in the one word there that makes a big difference.
Section 2, right?
What's that?
Section 2, letter B.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say section 3?
Yeah.
Section 2B. Sorry about that. The first one was section 3. And then finally is the secretary to the committee. It's a small change to section 5 of the bylaws. There is requested to define who acts as the secretary of the committee. And this secretary drafts the agendas, takes the notes, maintains the meeting minutes. In the original bylaws, the committee was tasked with designating a committee member as the secretary. The committee felt it would be better off for the district to provide that position and asked for the section to be updated in 2018. Although the bylaws have not been updated, the district as a courtesy has provided the secretary to the committee since the beginning, since 2017. So it's just a way to basically ratify this to say we've been doing it, and here are the new language on the screen here, that the district at the request of the committee shall provide the district staff member as a secretary.
I have a question about that. Is that, you said something about who creates the agenda for the?
So we meet with Chairperson Fasanelli,
Okay.
and we go over the agenda. I'm just talking about whoever actually drafts that agenda to give to Mrs. Fasanelli.
Got it.
To say, okay, is this an agenda that you want to go with? What do you want to add on to that agenda? And so we work with the chairperson to come up with the agenda. Then this secretary prints off the items, makes sure that they get a packet, just like you get your board packet in the mail, they get a board packet in the mail, and they get digital items, and they get all that, and that person prepares all of that ahead of time.
And do we have somebody that does
We
that
do.
now?
It was Mrs. Shortreed, who was in the business office, and then it switched over to facilities, and it was a couple different secretaries underneath myself, and now it is Elizabeth Gutierrez, who is my secretary as well. So does an excellent job.
And are these meetings in the evening, or are they during the day?
They're in the evening. They're on our website, so they're public meetings. There can be public comment. We've had public comment. During the pandemic, we had digital public comments, but now we do them all live. So anyone can attend these meetings if you look on our website, and if anyone's interested in the community, we usually put those agendas out pretty much 2 weeks before online, before they actually have the meeting. So we meet the 72 hours requirement plus. So.
Okay. I just want to make sure, I mean, so that's an employee that would earn extra earnings for doing that?
They earn extra earnings to go to the meetings, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So with these changes, will you come back to the board with these changes, and we have to approve the changes in the bylaws?
Correct, and we can have, if there are any other questions between now and then, you can either put them in writing to the business office or to myself, or at the next meeting when we actually present it, the changes, we can have Mr. Casnocha, who drafted these changes. That's the language that you see here is David Casnocha, our bond counsel, provided that language and the changes. So he could be here if you have any further questions. He was not able to be here tonight, unfortunately, but we can have him here, or he can answer your questions through written correspondence. But if there are no questions, we can also bring them back, bring the changes back for actual voting.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you.
All right, last information item, bus purchase. Mr. Rivera? That's, this is 8C.
So we're here to talk about the need to replace buses. We have one of the oldest fleets that I've seen in working with districts. Our current diesel fleet has 16 buses with almost 5 million miles on them. They average almost 300,000 miles each, and they're over 20 years old. And in our budgets, we've been experiencing a rise in our cost because as you have vehicles that get to that mileage or get to that age, you have increasing cost. So it becomes very inefficient and not cost effective to maintain an older fleet, let alone the lead time to get parts. So we've been addressing and replacing vehicles. So through the efforts of Mrs. Russo getting funding, we've retired 15 buses already with over 4.5 million miles. So that has been something that we've been working on and focused on. So I'll let Mrs. Russo talk about CNG buses and why we were even considering purchasing CNG buses.
Okay, so in 2021, we were approved through the South Coast Air Quality Management District for a grant to upgrade and expand our CNG infrastructure. So that means that we would be able to replace our compressors and all the hoses and nozzles throughout the entire infrastructure that's already in our yard. So with that, that means that we have to meet an annual CNG usage every single year, meet and or exceed. So that's going to require us to expand our CNG fleet to ensure that we meet that number. Additionally, CNG buses produce less emissions, and they're much easier to maintain because the natural gas low carbon content means that it's less engine wear. You don't have to do as many oil change intervals, so you get longer intervals when it comes to oil changes and a longer engine life, and they're also more fuel efficient. So our needs at our school sites that we see across the board, not just at high school levels, but also at our middle and elementary schools, are mainly sports, right? We have the athletic competitions, we have band competitions, we have regular field trip and activity trips, our outdoor science camps. And so currently, in some cases, we have to use charter bus companies, and right now they're charging premiums. Just like we're experiencing staff shortages, so are they. So, and with inflation, their costs have increased 50 to 100% for those services.
So the reason that we're bringing to you a recommendation to consider buying a charter-style bus is that rather than us contracting out for those services, we would want to do those services internally. So just to buy a regular CNG bus, it's about $270,000. The charter-style bus is $29,000 more. Just to give you an illustration of what we spent on one trip, when Elmo went to Santa Barbara for a playoff game, for 2 buses, we had to spend $3,600. So if we had charter-style buses, we could do that for less than half the cost. So when you look at that, $1,800 that we would have spent instead of $3,600, it's not going to take us very long to recapture our investment, especially with the number of schools that we have and the number of activities that we go to and the extensiveness of how much our kids travel. So I'm estimating that we're going to get a return on our investment within a year. And we're starting to see throughout the state that larger districts are doing the same thing. They're buying the buses, not chartering out, but keeping those buses operated by their own bus drivers.
So some benefits of CNG charter-style buses is that it is a school bus. It looks like a school bus on the outside. It just has, specs and the way that it's manufactured and detailed on the inside. But we still have to meet the safety standards of a regular school bus. So the maintenance requirements, the driver requirements, the training requirements are still required on our behalf, which ultimately translate to a safer bus ride for the students. And we all know school bus transportation is the safest mode of transportation. We're also hoping that it attracts more drivers, right? If they have the ability to ride along in a fancy bus, they really take pride in those buses, and that's going to give them the opportunity and to reduce the cost for outside contractor services. So our engine manufacturer, so Cummins is the engine manufacturer for CNG engines in the state of California. And so with the state going more green, the California Air Resources Board emission standards are getting more strict. So in 2024, those standards are changing, and Cummins Engines has decided to discontinue manufacturing those engines in our state. It is too costly for them to produce a new engine that's going to meet our emission standards. So there is limited time that remains to purchase CNG buses in the state of California. The deadline actually with most manufacturers was March 1st. To get buses ordered. So we did have a bus outside at 5 p.m. today, and luckily several of you were able to come out to that bus. So you were able to see firsthand in person what it is that we're trying to buy. But this is just an illustration, a picture of some seats. They're coach-style bucket seating. Obviously, they come equipped with seatbelts, which some of our existing diesel buses do not have seatbelts in. They're more comfortable, and they have the headrest support. Additionally, they come with options, so which the buses we're looking to purchase would include these options: LED reading lights, individual USB ports, and ducted AC vents throughout. Some more options is they have interior luggage racks. They're going to come tinted windows. It's about 70% tint on the windows, and we can create a custom font on the outside, such as like a script or something of that nature, so that way it looks, when the bus comes and pulls up, that it is definitely a charter bus.
So on agenda 11F, you have for your action to approve a piggyback bid, which means we've already gone through the bid process, and that was done by Hemet Unified, which is one of the largest districts that has transportation and offer transportation services to districts. Under item 11G, we're requesting to purchase 8 buses that you see pictured earlier at a total cost of about just shy of $2.4 million. And that would be enough, for example, during football season, if we have a lot of games going on, the 8 buses should be adequate for us to transport our teams, and then also for field trips or any other events, competitions going on, that we would use and dedicate these buses, those style buses, especially when kids have to travel a distance. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera.
I have a
Trustee
question.
Minor?
So looking back at the multi-year projections, I know this was, what was this? 7F. I see in here that you have bus replacement amount around $847,000. So this obviously is going to take us much higher. How does this affect our overall budget and our reserves?
So one of the funds that we have not accounted for, and it was under the slide of things that haven't been budgeted, was the bus grant. So the $3.9 million. So we can look at utilizing those funds, because that's not in the budget yet. It's new funds. It's one-time monies, because bus purchase is one-time monies, is not reoccurring expenses. So we could look at leveraging those funds, so that way we're not impacting our general fund reserves.
And is that what we're considering when we look at 11G?
Yes, in fact, when we come back in April with the plan, we would lay out all the expenses, and we would look at the transportation grant of funding bus purchases, bus replacements.
Because I know you worked so hard on getting another grant through shoot, I can't remember the company now, but was it through Volvo?
Volkswagen.
Volkswagen, thank you. I knew it was a V. And so would that affect the purchase then? If you were able to get that grant, would that money go towards what we're going to be voting on?
No, so at the beginning slide, one of the first slides that was on this presentation, Dave had shown that there was 16 remaining diesel buses in our fleet. So that grant, that second phase through Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Fund is to, I applied for all 16 of our remaining diesel fleet. So assuming we get awarded, I would take the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Fund grant and stack it along with that $3.17 million of HVIP funding that I shared earlier. So that way we're pretty much only covering sales tax per bus. So that is what the Volkswagen would be used for. This is in addition to that. Volkswagen is simply for electric vehicles only.
Okay.
So the benefit of the grants that we're going after is that we're going to be paying sales tax on a bus rather than the full price. So we're paying literally 8%, 9% value of that bus, and the rest of it's through grants.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So we move on to consent items. Consent items are acted upon by one motion. However, any such item can be considered separately at a board member's request and will be acted upon following approval of the other consent items. You have,
We have a couple common cards.
okay, comment cards on consent items. We'll take those first.
So you don't want the pulled items first? Do you want the comment cards before
I
the?
think the comment cards and then pull.
What if, okay. Well, I didn't know if you want to do the comment cards before the item that's being pulled. So the comments are directly related to the pulled items.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, that's
Okay.
fine.
I want to
Okay,
pull,
the trustee Yamasaki wants to pull some items.
yeah, I would like to pull 11J.
11J.
LPA Architects Conceptual Design for Philibert Pole Replacement.
Okay. 11J. Anything else? Any other items to pull? Did you have another?
No. 13J. Guess we're on J's tonight.
13J.
Do we have any special ed services here tonight?
I think Dr. Singh is at SALPA this week.
So there's nobody here from,
No special ed staff here?
No, it's Dr. Singh, and she's out.
Okay.
okay, because I wanted to pull some items related to it, so, but they're not here to answer.
Well, one thing you could do is you could pull the items, ask staff if it's necessary that we vote on it tonight or if it can wait till April.
Well, these are settlement agreements, so I would imagine they have to be.
You don't want to ask?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, which items are they?
It'd be 13A, B, C, and D.
Can staff look at that, those 4 items, 13A, B, C, D? And if those can be voted on at our next meeting?
Do you know, Mr. Abercrombie, if that can be done, or it has to be voted on because there's settlements?
Let me find out. I'll try to text Dr. Singh.
Okay? So we'll pull those. So those get tabled until our next meeting. Are you asking right now?
Yeah.
You asking her right now?
Yeah, I can send it right now, but I don't know how long it'll take for her to respond.
Okay.
If you want to move on.
All right.
Can I just quickly ask, because of Matt, I don't know if we've ever really pulled special education, and since they have information that is private, because these are
Has nothing to do with
students?
privacy.
Okay.
Well, at least what you're going to ask.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask that. I wanted to make sure, because
Clarification. Yeah.
All right.
I understand.
Okay, so we have 11J and 13J that is pulled, and 13A, B, C, D we're waiting on.
Mr. Liz, she answered that they need to be voted on today.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so we'll
But
include.
just what caveat, if you can, Mr. Abercrombie, I'll set up a time to meet with her sometime next week.
Okay, so we've only pulled 11J and 13J, and we're ready to vote on everything else, except we're going to have some cards.
Okay, so Lynn Marie Frediani.
No, please, yeah, before we vote on, okay, the reason for people coming up to speak at the podium is before we vote on it.
I knew you pulled it, so that's
Right.
why I was, didn't know if we
So
talked
do
on
you
it
want
prior to
separate
talking
all
on
the
it or
13J
prior to
and
all consent
11J
items.
first?
Yeah, I think she did.
Are we on 11J right now?
You're voting on consent items?
We're holding off on voting on consent items? Okay, so, all right, I understand, all right. So we'll vote on everything else except for 11J and 13J.
Correct.
Okay,
As
here we
long
go.
as you don't have public comments for
Well, that's what I'm
other
saying,
items.
we have everything, right? Are those the only two items that we have public comment on?
We have public comment on 11J.
Oh, okay. So then
And
we should vote.
Anything else? That's it?
That's, and non-agenda.
Yeah, non-agenda, right,
Correct.
okay. All right, so we can vote on all the consent items with the exception of 11J and 13J. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by trustee Yamasaki, second by trustee Minor. Discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All's opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we're ready to go.
Thank you.
11J.
Hello, I am up here to talk about, I know that the previous board majority had a strategic plan and a master plan done. And the strategic plan, I know we just saw results of it, took many years in the making, great leadership. We saw it through all of our school, all of the open houses that they had at the schools earlier that Dr. Miller presented with it. That was wonderful, and that shows that the strategic plan is working. We also have a master plan, and the master plan has been put forth on what we're doing with school facilities. I'm concerned because I see on the agenda tonight, 11J, that we are going to vote on LPA starting a plan for a 50-meter pool at Villa Park High School. Well, one of my concerns with that is that last month during the meeting, when the board directed Scott Harvey, specifically, this says it, watch the video, he clarified that what he was supposed to be doing was that he was to get estimates for 1, renovation of the Villa Park pool, or 2, a big modernization of the Villa Park pool, or 3, upgrade the pool to a 50-meter. But then tonight on the agenda, it's saying that you're going to approve, for consent was to approve LPA doing drawings for a 51-meter pool. Strongly concerns me. We have all seen what ORCA sent out prior to the election. Mr. Ortega told them that if you voted for Madison, Angela, Rick, and Tim, they would vote for that 50-meter pool at Villa Park. So concerns me significantly, where's the money coming from?
What are we doing? Why are we not doing the master plan? We've already spent a significant amount of money by firing our superintendent. Now we're going to spend more money on a 50-meter pool. And everyone in this room, I guarantee you, would love a 50-meter pool. You know, everyone in this room would probably love to have a 50-meter pool in their backyard if they have the space for it. I mean, everyone wants. We don't have the money for it. So where are we getting the money for it? What are we sacrificing from our students by putting in a 50-meter pool at Villa Park? Plus, part of our plan, we put in solar. So now we're going to waste money that we've already spent by pulling out the solar to put in a 50-meter pool in the parking lot at Villa Park. Strong concerns. I hope that you'll significantly look at this, evaluate it, and what you're spending money on. And is this what's best for our students? We had someone up here. What was our first concern? Why did Velasquez leave? Because it wasn't focused on the students. This is not focused on the students. Yes, it's something that we would all want, but it's not something that we need or have the money for.
Darshan Smolodin.
Good evening, Board, Acting Superintendent. As you know, my name is Darshan Smolodin, and I am the mother of one current OUSD student and 2 OUSD graduates, and I am here to speak about 11J. I will be on topic. At the last regular board meeting, I spoke about Mr. Ortega's involvement with ORCA and his conflict of interest regarding the potential Villa Park pool replacement. He refused to answer when questioned directly and then called me a liar. He said not to believe the lies, and then he proceeded to dominate a conversation that he shouldn't have been a part of. Mr. Ortega, I'm not a liar. Inspired by an attorney who found evidence of Ledesma Majority's January 5th collusion, I brought the receipts. So as you will see here, this is the most recent copy of taxes that are filed with the state of California by ORCA. You are listed as a board member. In fact, you're actually the first board member listed after the owner and the treasurer. So I would say that if you are not currently on the board at ORCA, you are connected to this entity. So if that's not enough, then we will go on. Then prop 2, please, Vanna. This is a portion of the email sent out by ORCA, illegally by the way, prior to the November 22 election. I'll read portions of it for those of you who can't see. You'll be able to find it online later. ORCA is not a political forum, but I did want to give a plug for some candidates who are running for the OUSD board. If we want a state-of-the-art facility to replace the existing Villa Park High School pool, these candidates, as well as John Ortega, an existing OUSD board member and ORCA parent, are our best bet. The email endorses Mrs. Miner and Mr. Ledesma, but that in itself is not enough to demand that you recuse yourselves. I'm going to say it one more time. Mr. Ortega, you should not be a part of the discussion regarding this pool, and you certainly should not vote on it. This is why people don't trust you. Time and time again, you spend our money on pet projects that are prearranged with shady methods and questionable reasons, and also this is why you must go.
Nicole Jones.
Esteemed board members and cabinet, I am here to speak about the conceptual design for the Villa Park High School pool replacement and my support for a 51-meter pool. However, I certainly hope that you will give LPA some parameters before they start this work. First, the pool does not need to move from the current location. The plan to move the pool to the tennis court area was based on the larger facilities renovation for Measure K that did not happen. The move made sense under the scope of the Measure K plan and the changes it would make to the campus. It is now not feasible to move the pool to that location. We need an updated plan that keeps the pool in its current location or spreads out a little more for the 51 meters. In addition, it is generally recommended that facilities plans be updated every 8 to 10 years. We last went through the high school facilities master plan process in 2013-2014, so this outdated plan should not be used as a basis for our current pool needs. Second, I am very happy that the scope of work calls for a 51-meter pool. You may recall that I was here a few years ago asking for a 51-meter pool at El Medina. At that time, it was not approved, and this time our student athletes will pay the price. It will be very hard for both El Medina and Villa Park programs to share the smaller facility when Villa Park's pool goes down. By making Villa Park's pool 51 meters, you will help facilitate an easier practice schedule when the inevitable work on Canyon or Orange High School's pool begins. While I support an additional aquatic center at the Peralta site, as was mentioned at the January meeting, I think we can all agree that we can barely afford to replace the pool we have. An additional district pool would be at least a decade or more away. Our pool is probably months away from going down at VP, so our VP students simply cannot wait for that to happen. Third, we really need stakeholder input as a part of this process. We have a fantastic coaching staff for the aquatics program at Villa Park with decades of experience. It is my sincere hope that they will be invited to work closely with the LPA on what is needed for this new facility. Finally, I would like to address some statements regarding the funding for this project. It was stated at the January meeting that a promise was made to voters that Measure S would free up district money normally reserved for high school improvements for the middle school and elementary schools. I made that promise myself when I was visiting voters for Measure K and Measure S. We are keeping that promise. A new pool at Villa Park can be 100% funded by the matching funds that the district has received. These funds are earmarked for facilities, but were never in earlier conversations about facilities because we are not guaranteed those funds. Work is ongoing at our elementary and middle schools for new bathrooms, roofs, solar, and HVAC projects. We are not forgetting about our promise to our elementary and middle schools.
Okay, Mrs. Yamasaki, you pulled this? Was there any?
Yes, I'd like to speak on this. So at the last meeting, we talked about the pools, and then we had directed Mr. Harvey to come back with an inspection of the other 3 pools, and I don't see that in any on the agenda, and so I wanted to find out how that is going to happen, what's the status of that, because that will help us to make the decision for the Villa Park pool. And that was discussed for a long time, and so I cannot.
Mrs. Yamasaki, I can address that. There's 2 things going on. And let me have Mr. Harvey talk about the agenda item in LPA, and I'll talk about the getting the estimates for the repairs of the pool.
Yeah, we were supposed to do an assessment of all 3 pools to see where they are, what their lifespan might be.
So let me have Mr. Harvey do a short summary of the agenda item, and then I'll respond to the maintenance for the pools.
Well, if you're going to, I'll throw my question in too, so maybe you can address it. I mean, I just have a question of why. I mean, we said that we wanted to have an estimate of various sizes of pools, and the only person that actually wanted only a 51-meter pool was Mr. Ortega. So I'm really concerned that you're being guided by 1 board member as opposed to 7, because we had a conversation where we said we wanted to at least look at the options. We haven't made a decision. We can't make a decision because we don't have all the information. But that was one of the pieces of information that we asked for, and I feel like it was snuck here into the consent items, and I don't feel comfortable with this at all, and I don't know why you have it in here.
Okay, wait, before you get, I don't remember it as the 2 of you remember it. I remember it as we were going to ask for the design, and then we were also going to get an idea of what the cost And this way, we could have both. What would a 51-meter pool cost us in design and what have you? And we compare it to the cost of repair. That's how I remember that meeting.
I actually watched the tapes again just to make sure that I got it straight. And the direction was to get a cost to replace the existing pool and then get the cost for a pool that's the size of Elmo's and then a cost for a 51-meter pool. And then you would get a general estimate, and then the next step would be the step that you're bringing forward right now. And so I kind of feel like we've jumped ahead, and this was in consent, and I don't think it's transparent. If you want to go back, we can play the meeting for you and see what he says.
Well, I mean, that's how I remember it, but that's fine. If you went over the meeting, that's fine. The thing is, it's neither here nor there. I mean, we have an emergency situation now. It sounds to me like that pool's going to go down, and we're here, playing our word games here, and that pool is going to go down, and those kids are not going to have a pool.
Well, we're supposed to do what we said at the last meeting.
Well, I think we're supposed to do what is logical for those kids, and that is, this can be done simultaneously. What is wrong with doing something simultaneously? I don't see anything wrong with that.
Where's the simultaneousness?
Meaning-
This is one thing, the
Meaning, no,
51-meter
right,
pool plan.
right, and the cost. I don't know why the cost isn't anywhere on here where we're doing, costing all three pools. I don't know why.
Well, that's the question we're asking.
Well,
Can Mr. Rivera and
Can-
Mr.
can-
Harvey speak to it?
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I want to clarify what the item stands for. So the item is for the assessment of the pool in its existing location. So not a new pool somewhere else in the existing location. They would actually turn that pool so it could face the right direction. Mr. Ortega correctly stated that a few of our pools are not facing the right direction for water polo, so this will be turned in that way. What it is meant to represent is what it would be a replacement at the other sites as well. A real-life example of what a replacement at Villa Park would be and a replacement at Canyon and Orange. So it's going to be a representative estimate of all three. At the same time, Mr. Rivera can explain what Mr. Niquette is doing with California Pools, which is a company that we've worked with, and I mentioned into the Friday letter, that will be going out and doing the assessments. So that's a concurrent process. We will also get estimating done on, like you mentioned, the three different methods, which is replacement in kind, 25 meter for 25 meter, a slightly larger pool like El Medina, and then the 100, I'm sorry, not 100 meter, well, the 50 meter pool. I didn't say 100. 50 meter pool would be included. So you'll get those estimates. But what we need to do is do a conceptual design to show you what it would look like and how it's going to face and how utilities are going to get there, because we were tasked with coming up with an estimate that's not going to change. And in order to get an estimate that's not going to change, we have to do a little bit more than just give you an estimate from an industry professional. The architects have to go in, actually do a plan. So this plan will be used as a representative replacement at Canyon High School and a representative replacement at Orange High School on what it would look like if we replaced it with a 25 meter, 30 meter like we did at El Medina, or a 50 meter pool.
So we will get the numbers for all the different sizes.
It will be, yes, for the different sizes. It will just be for the one site, but it's meant to be a planning tool so that when we're planning out the replacements of the other pools, we know the numbers in real time. We know the numbers from a real life example from an architect that's actually going to dig into it, do a survey, make sure that we take into account all the utilities that would have to be adjusted on the campus to make sure that pool works, and a building needs to be involved. We went into the current locker room and it would not work with the reconfiguration of that locker room because now the health department requires that you have a building off the deck of the pool. So you can't, unless you want to put that pool deck right up against the gym the way it is now at Villa Park, which would not work with the logistics, then you have to build a building. So again, it would be building the building. And that would be the same thing at Canyon High School, and it'd be the same thing at Orange. Those are too far removed from, the buildings are too far removed from the deck to meet health department requirements. So the LPA item tonight that's on the agenda will give the board an idea of what those three pools will cost. And then Mr. Rivera can talk about specifically about the repair and replacement, or at least the repair and renovation that would be needed, and that's something that we're walking with California Pools right now. The initial meetings have been done, and I know that they're working on pricing, and they're going to do it. And the reason why that's not on the agenda is because the cost is lower than $15,000 to go ahead and do that assessment. But that's something that we're doing concurrently along with this plan. That way we can bring to you an entire set of information on the current conditions of the pools, what it would take to repair them, and then also a replacement cost of in-kind, 30-meter, and 50-meter.
Okay, so can I just clarify then? This item says $45,000 to create a conceptual drawing, a map utility, and facility upgrades at Villa Park High School for a 51-meter pool. How can you use that to compare a map utility and facility upgrades to 2 other schools? Are they going to go and look at those schools as well?
No, because of the cost. So we would have to pay then another $45,000 or whatever it's going to be. That's a budget number also. We hope that that won't be the cost. That is just a not to exceed because it's a quick turnaround for them to come up with this and get this on this agenda so that we can start going through the concurrent process that we talked about because the assessments are ongoing now. So no, it won't tell you every single thing on the Canyon High School and Orange High School campus that we would have to deal with, but it would give you a very good indication, a real life, a real time estimate that you can plan for on the other 2 pools if that's the direction that you wanted to go.
So this is a real-time, real-life estimate of Villa Park's pool with the utilities and all of that we may be able to apply to something else, but just for a 51-meter pool, right?
For all 3 sizes that you mentioned.
So could I suggest to make a motion to change this to say the 3 options of the sizes of pools so that it's written out for the ladies that are concerned about that?
I'm really disappointed that your description is not accurately reflecting what you're saying right now. Because what it says right here is not what you're saying. And so I just don't feel like that there was transparency when you created this item.
We can
so maybe
amend,
if we amend
we
it,
can
yeah.
amend the item.
Well, furthermore, I really want the results of the review before I could even go. I don't want to spend $45,000 on something that we may not do.
Mr. Harvey,
So I feel like we need the other information first before we go here.
And
that's
the plan.
you said it's concurrent, right?
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
plan.
but see, when we talked last time, you said that the conceptual design part will come after, like, just a general estimate of how much it would cost to do the 3 sizes.
Correct.
So I don't feel comfortable spending taxpayers' money on something that we may or may not do. Not at this point. I mean, I think you're jumping the gun.
I think we were asked for estimates to be accurate, not to change. In El Medina's case, we had to change the estimates because we had a building come involved, and we had that discussion in the last board meeting, and we don't want to bring pricing that's going to change. And the only way to do that is to have an architect involved to get a plan done in order to give you the
Well,
pricing.
the only way to do it accurately, too, is to go to DSA and ask them what they need in all 3 sites. You're still bringing us an estimate. This is not going to give us an accurate cost of the pool because you didn't go to DSA yet and ask them what they need for you to do.
We wouldn't do that with DSA until we had plans. They won't look at anything until we have a
I
plan.
understand, but I'm just saying that it's still an estimate. It's still going to be an estimate, no matter what.
Correct.
I have a question. Why are you so against kids utilizing an aquatic center?
I am not against kids
No,
using
no, you are.
No, I'm not.
You
You're
are,
putting
because-
words in my mouth.
No, I'm not. See? Oh, now, hey, thank you. Over here, things have been said about me, putting words in my mouth. So my point is this is how it all started in El Medina. And it got so politicized that those poor kids suffered for 4 years, thanks to some people on this board.
You mean the 4 people that voted for it?
So 30, but it was a 30 instead of a 50. But 4 years, these kids didn't have a pool.
Because
for
4 people
politics.
voted for that.
For 4 years. So again, here we're looking at something, we're in dire need. If you go see that pool and see exactly what is going on there, you will get firsthand as to the need that is there for those
Well,
kids.
that's why I asked for an assessment of all 3 schools. I mean, pools. I
think that's
Last
happening.
month?
Isn't that happening
I
concurrently?
asked for an
Correct.
assessment to see what the
So he is
lifespan
getting
of
it
all
started.
three. But then why are we spending money on this now when we should do the review and assessment first?
Because we know we need a pool.
I didn't have your, that's
Do we not?
your, that's,
That's not mine.
This is-
You can ask them in M&O about the
The idea is not to
facility.
delay the situation.
well, I
It's
said on my.
delay is your tactic.
No, it's
That's
not.
all it is.
Taking time to be
And so
thorough,
it is.
Mr.
is-
Ortega.
Excuse me.
No.
Yes.
Don't put words in our mouth that are not what we said. We want to do a
Really?
thorough process to spend $25 million out of
You
$30
can't
million
say
we
what-
have.
And
Really?
I
Yes,
really resent the
Okay.
fact that you're saying
Can-
that we're not wanting to do things for the kids. She and I worked our butts off during Measure S and Measure K. Don't say that we don't care about the kids.
Well, you know what? It is parent. Only when it's suited. So we're having issues here with these pools.
Of course.
And it needs to be addressed. And it needs to be addressed because that pool's going to go down regardless.
And we are addressing it.
It
That's
needs to be
why
addressed
I asked for
immediately.
an assessment.
So getting this done and getting drawings to see what it's going to potentially look like. I mean, nobody in the
No,
aquatics
because
world.
what you're going to do is you're going to show this bright, shiny object and tell everybody you want this right now. And you're going to promise them like you did Orca.
You know what? Why don't you leave organizations out of this that have nothing to do with it? This has to do with Villa Park. It has to do with the Villa Park students and the community as a whole.
I think it has to do with the Villa Park students and the Villa Park community. I think
Yes, it does.
That's a pool that they were looking forward to.
So
Can I say something?
All right, so just
Ms.
in
Minor.
terms of talking about
I'm
the
not
kids.
done. Thank you.
Well, maybe think
I'm
about
not
the kids
done.
at Sycamore and
I
Palmyra.
will. You know what?
and
You bring up a
Esplanade.
very good point.
They all need new facilities. They all
know
need
what?
things to be done.
You bring up a very valid point, and you're absolutely right, and I agree. We're sitting on about $80 million worth of property right now that we could sell that property and use that money for the facilities.
I think you're out of bounds by talking about this. That's not an agendized item.
Okay? It was, well, so you tell Ms. Erickson the same thing then.
You said to think about
Okay.
the children.
So,
and we're thinking about the
well,
children.
so am I. I'm thinking
No,
about the property.
You're talking about surplus properties or properties that are not surplused yet. That's a whole different item.
Folks, let's.
All I'm saying is you're bringing up these arguments and I counter it and you don't like it, is the bottom line. And so we're trying to say here to utilize these architects to give us a conceptual design.
Is
of
1
what it
month
would
going to
look like.
wait?
Yes. Apparently you don't know about aquatics. You need to go see the pool.
So I went and saw the pool, and there's literally a hole in it. And I don't have kids going to that high school, and I don't have kids at this point that are even of that age. But if they can't swim in this pool, these are high school students. This is their sport. This is what it's about. It's not about politics. It's not about what you guys are discussing. This is a pool for high schoolers. And at this rate, it's not even going to get done until Ortega's daughter is out of high school because of how delayed this is going. So his daughter's not even going to be in there. So we're discussing something, and it's really frustrating me because you guys are arguing about semantics. This is about kids that need a pool.
Oh my
God. They aren't going to be able to use their pool in a couple of months.
We're talking
have
about
you
the
gone-
difference between
Miss
a
Erickson,
pool
one
and an
second.
aquatic center.
Have
They're
you
two
gone
different things.
and looked at their pool?
Yes, I've looked at their pool, and everybody agrees it needs to be repaired. Everybody agrees they need a pool. That's not the question. The question is, what do we do? Do we create a 51-meter aquatic center that's going to cost, who knows, $25 million?
Well, we don't know because we haven't gotten the estimate.
That's not,
Right, but
that's not what we're voting on.
A 51-meter pool will create an aquatic center. That is what's going to happen because it's going to have the buildings that are going to be, that's what it will be.
And it should have been a 51-meter pool, as I remember, at El Medina, but that got voted down because we wanted to save pennies.
Yes, by
pennies,
by 4 or 5 board members.
The way I
none
see
of whom
it,
are politically connected.
I
so-
think Mr. Harvey still needed to talk about something. I think it was about the inspections. Or not Mr. Harvey, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera. But when we're looking at this, we're talking so much about, oh, Ortega's involvement in it. Are you thinking about the kids needing a pool? Because I feel like all we're focusing on is all the games.
Let's, Mr. Rivera, was there anything more you wanted to add to this?
What I was going to say is that Mr. Niquette, our Director of Maintenance, has been working with a contractor and to do the inspections. We expect those inspections to be completed and have that information within a couple weeks.
For all 3 pools?
For all 3 pools. There may not be any cost to the district for that work. So you may not see a purchase order or an agenda item because there may not be any cost associated with that. So that would be a reason why you don't see anything on the agenda and why you just see something regarding to LPA, which is unrelated to the work about the inspections because that's a different contractor.
Well, I would have appreciated an update in the Friday packet.
Okay. All right. So we have this item.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Ortega to recuse himself from this vote.
Why?
Because of your involvement.
Involvement in what? Villa Park?
No, your involvement in Orca and
What does
putting
Orca
out-
have to do with this?
Because there was an email to say that
And it came from me?
You are on the board.
I am not on the board.
When's the last time you were involved with it? I think like 7 or 8 years ago?
At least.
Yeah.
No.
All right. So let's move on.
I'm going to ask to
Well, you
table
can
this
ask
item.
them. No.
No.
Well, no.
Why not table it for 1 month? And then we can get the inspection report, and then we can do this.
That pushes the repairs or either repairs or new pool, who knows for these kids, another month?
I just want to say, this isn't a question of are people for the kids or not for the kids. We're all for the kids. The question is, we have a limited amount of money, what can we afford? And we would like to see the steps taken. We don't want to see it jammed through the first month that we're talking about it. I very well may vote for a pool. I don't a 51-meter pool, but I want the information.
So do I.
That is what I want, because this does affect not just children and students at Villa Park. This means that we are going to be taking funds, by the way, that were generated by El Medina High School and Orange High School, and we're going to take those matching funds that were generated from those campuses and put them into Villa Park's pool. That may be what the public wants, and that may be what we vote for, but that's what we need to know before we vote. I don't think that's unreasonable.
I want the information, and I want the information as soon as possible, and it sounds to me like it's being worked on concurrently, and we'll get a full report, both on cost of replacement and cost and on brand new. So I see that as something that we could continue moving forward on this and vote on item 11J.
I'll move the item.
Okay, it's been moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, okay, moved by Trustee Ortega, seconded by Trustee Minor. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'd just like to make a comment. Mr. Ledesma, you've always touted that you were the financial person who was going to watch the taxpayers' money, that you were going to be judicious. And I don't see that happening right now. We need to look out for all the monies in the entire district. What about the schools who need the money, like Sycamore? What about Palmyra? There are a lot of schools who need the money as well. I mean, have you been in Neal Canyon? They don't have a performing arts center. They have no multi-purpose room.
I think this district can afford this bill of $45,000, maybe less, as Mr. Harvey said. After talking about $4 million in buses.
That's a different fund.
After having a
That's
budget
a
of
different
about
fund, right?
a budget interim budget that we just spoke of $283 million. I think we can afford $45,000 or it's probably coming in less. So in this on $45,000 less or less, I'm concerned about that community and I'm willing to spend this.
I'm concerned about the community too, but I'm concerned about the greater community as well.
Well, we're different perspectives.
Mr. Ledesma? Mr. Ledesma?
Yes.
I just had a question in regards to that item, because it looks like you're bringing it forward for a vote. I
Yes.
think I also heard from Mr. Harvey that the item itself included 25-meter and the Elmo
30.
alike. So it sounded like that's what the work was encompassing, and I thought I heard Ms. Minor say, should we
Make a motion to amend it.
amend the description to include what he intends to do as the work, but I just offered that.
Well, we
as
have a motion and a second, and I think it's already been suggested that that's what it is. I'd rather just vote on it, okay? Because I think if we get into this amend and all this, I mean, I think everyone just heard, and you can watch the tape.
You can't vote on something.
So we have
that
a
is
motion and a
not
second.
ac-
Well, then just vote no. That's how you vote on it.
It's not accurate, though.
That's not an
Could
accurate
I-
vote.
could I make a
If it's an
suggestion?
expansive,
Could I make a suggestion that we remove our votes and then we vote to amend the current to make it 25, 30?
I'd rather just vote on it.
and
To be honest
51.
with you, I'd rather just vote on it, because we all heard what we heard, and I'd rather just
then
vote on it.
I'll
vote on it.
amend the motion to add 25-meter pool, 30-meter pool, as Mr. Harvey indicated, so that it would have additional information on it that we can analyze, and that we'll have that additional information when it's brought back. I'll make that motion.
Okay, there's a
To
motion.
to amend the original motion.
Now
So
we have a second.
Yes, second.
Okay. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No. That's 4 noes for that amendment. 4 yeses? Okay, I didn't hear you. Okay, who voted yes?
I voted yes.
I apologize.
What's that?
We're voting on the
I-
amendment only.
The amendment only. If
Okay.
you say yes, that means the amendment goes through?
I apologize. Could you clarify again? Can we vote again?
Yes.
Okay. So
And really clarify?
the amendment would be to, we're voting on the amendment. The amendment would be to add,
Her amendment.
yes, her amendment is to,
It is
to
not a
add.
yes or no for the item.
No, it's not a yes or no for the item.
Okay.
It's a yes or no on the amendment.
Just amend
Trustee,
to be
trustee,
accurate with.
yeah, Trustee Erickson, would
said.
you like to,
Sure, I would amend the
Restate
original
your-
motion to add the language that this proposal or drawing is going to include information on repairing the pool as, at the size it is, and a slightly larger one at 30 meters and the 51-meter pool. That is what this proposal is, and I would just amend the original motion so that it's clear that that's what it is.
Which is what it was anyway, correct?
No.
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 In the
Well,
language, it doesn't say that.
she just wants the language
But
in
in the
the-
meaning, it does say that.
she wants a language in this item.
Correct. But my clarification, as Mr. Harvey was saying, was that that was going to happen anyway, regardless of the language.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Okay, so we have an amendment, and we have a second by,
Yes.
do you second? All right. So now, if you vote yes, that means we amend the
The language.
the language, and then we vote on the item. Okay, so we are voting on amending the language. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, all those opposed?
No.
No. Okay, motion passes 5-2.
5-2.
Okay, so now we vote on the item.
The amended,
Yeah,
the amendment.
with the amendment. Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Moved by Trustee Minor. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Second by Trustee Rumsey. Any further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Trustee Page, did you say yes or no?
But no.
Okay, so that motion passes 5-2. Thank you.
We already took public comment on that item.
Yep. Okay, here we go. 13J.
Are there any public comments on it?
No, no public comment on 13J.
What was your discussion?
So I just wanted to bring up discussion on this. And there's no one from special ed here, so it's kind of mute. But when I emailed Dr. Singh about this, a couple of the responses just kind of didn't sit right with me. So I know this community is wanting transparency. So the problem I see that, and I don't want kids to lack any services, but in item 13J, it talks about specifically contracted staff are necessary to cover speech language therapy and assessments and to meet legal and contractual caseload limits. So when I emailed Dr. Singh and in the response, what I got back was the amount of money, which is $400,000 up from $100,000, which lasted up until, call it, end of February. So that's March, April, May, and parts of a little bit of June for these students needing an additional $300,000 for services. And so my question to her was, what is that money going to? To which the response was, there's going to be 2 additional SLPAs and 1 SLP. And then when I said, what sites will they be at, her response back was that the money was also going to be funding behavioral therapists, and she named a handful of sites that those behavioral therapists. So the language in this, kind of similar to what Ms. Yamazaki was saying in the last consent item, is that it says speech language therapy and assessments. It doesn't have anything in there about behavioral therapists. And yes, I obviously want these kids to have services, but I feel like we need to be better with our language on how this is written. Yeah, so that's, I guess, my suggestion.
Well, the question would then be, Mr. Gonzalez, is this something that we can look at our next board meeting?
So I'll ask Mr. Abercrombie if he wants to add anything to it, but I would imagine that if there's currently staff right now that's being contracted and they're currently working with kids right now, that if we don't approve, that maybe they might stop the work, with the kids. But I'm not sure, because I didn't review the add-in with Ms.
Yeah,
Singh.
it's a variety of reasons for the staffing shortage. There's leaves that employees are on, as well as vacant positions. So Mr. Gonzalez and I had talked about doing a true cost analysis of things like that, because we're not paying current employees. Those are vacant spots. So the minimum estimated expense from now until the end of the year is $151,000. And not to exceed the 400 total. So that would take us up to the original, with the original 100,000 to 251. But I can work with Mr. Gonzalez and business to get a true cost analysis between employees that are on leave and vacant positions. And there's about 11 of those scenarios.
And were the vacant positions specifically in speech?
I don't have the information. There's 7 of those right now, so I'm sure it's a variety.
Okay, because when I asked about those specific items, about if it was in speech, just to do my due diligence, I went online and looked at EdJoin to see if we're competitive with our rates versus other districts. And there was no job posting for Orange Unified. There was for every other district near us. The only job posting for an SLPA was for a free one for them to work pro bono. And then the SLP position expired June of 2022 and was posted April of 2021. So I guess that's just another question.
Yeah, we can break down those positions, because for the positions for people that are on leave wouldn't be posted because they're not open.
Yeah, but you said vacancies, so that's what.
Yeah, and I'll have to see which specific vacancies those are, because there's 7 of them according to Dr. Singh.
Okay.
But I think in addition to that, I think we're taking your note on being more descriptive in the description area of the agenda. If we're talking about more than 2 positions, we should be naming all the positions. So I'll also be taking that note back to staff.
Okay. Trustee Minor, would you like to move it, or somebody move it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want these kids to not have
Right,
services.
right.
I just,
Okay, moved by Trustee Minor, second.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Rumsey. Any further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we have moved on to
Non-agenda public comment.
number 17, public comment, non-agenda items. Can you read?
Non-agenda items. Members of the audience may address the Board of Education on non-agenda items that are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. Non-agenda items may neither be acted upon nor discussed by the board, but will be responded to either by telephone, mail, or subsequent meeting. And again, please do not talk fast, avoid interrupting others, avoid speaking over each other, speak close to the microphone, ask for an interpreter in the room if you need one. Maria L. I wasn't sure if that was Maria L. Okay, sorry. Julie G. Okay. On deck is Tanya.
Hi, good evening. I can't believe I've been sitting through this meeting. I must really love my kid. I'm here today to discuss some real concerns I have about Cerro Villa. This is not regarding teachers who have been kind and understanding of my concerns. I have found out that my child doesn't feel she can use the bathroom because that's where the bad kids hang out. It smells strongly of weed. And it's not just my child. I have asked 3 other children separately if they've had the same experience, and they all said they will not use the bathroom because of the same issues. A few months ago, a friend of my daughter's took edible marijuana during English class. My daughter came home sobbing as she learned a sad lesson about the world that day. A few weeks ago, my daughter explained that she witnessed a student at her desk in science class selling drugs to another student and discussing where he was going to meet up with friends to smoke weed after school. And last week and this week, students at my daughter's table in science class have been vaping while sitting at the table during class. Today, I was informed that a student was giving classmates a review of heroin. Even if this was untrue, it says a lot about the school culture that I'm concerned about. People speak of barriers to children's performance at school, but how about we consider the students who are distracted by others in their class openly selling and using drugs? I'm a little angry, so I'm sorry. This has made my daughter uncomfortable and wary of her surroundings. She's talked about being jumped. She has talked about not wanting to say too much in case a problem student finds out and takes it out on her. One lesson my daughter has clearly learned at CV is snitches get stitches. While it is a lesson of sorts, it's not quite what I had in mind when sending my child to school. I understand junior high is the time when children will be exposed to new, more adult and more dangerous behavior, but my concern is that I don't hear that much is being done about it. Another parent mentioned that he contacted admin at CV to find out what the school is doing to control some of these behavioral problems. He was told there is little that admin can do in the way of discipline because the volume of children with problem behaviors is just too high. At this point, it seems as though the children with problem behaviors are taking the school hostage while everyone else has to suffer. I would like to know what the school discipline policy is for fights and drug use or possession at school. I would like to see cameras in the classrooms. I don't know that that's an option because I'm aware that teachers can monitor every student at all times, but I would like to think it would discourage drug dealing in class. And if bathrooms can't be monitored well enough to keep it from smelling so badly of weed and kids being scared of it, maybe the school can assign one bathroom as a weed and fight-free zone, although the line would probably be pretty long. It seems to me the best deterrent to bad behavior would be to enact swift discipline to students who break the law or incite fights, to include a suspension and expulsion. It's inexplicable why children are not being disciplined effectively at this school unless there is some agenda that I am not aware of. I am sad that this is my daughter's junior high experience, and I am sad for the kids who are
On deck is Sandy, AKA Mr. Sandy.
I applaud the immediate action taken by Trustee Ortega and Ledesma to temporarily remove the SORA app to investigate why a rape and pedophilia book were made digitally available to our K-2 students. This is the common sense change that we, the parents, voted for. The majority of parents understand that this is not about book banning. According to the California Healthy Act, we are to teach students not to normalize the acceptance of sexual violence, nor are we to re-traumatize sexual assault victims. In OUSD's book policy, books are to be foundational to a student's growth as a learner and contributing individual within their community. Unfortunately, there are more books than just The Polar Bear in Love and The Music of What Happens. Beyond Magenta, available at Canyon, Villa Park, Richland High Schools, and Richland High Schools, contains pedophilia and suicide commentary, and I quote, "When I was about 8, I was put in placement. 2 staff members always went with us. They were really good to us. No abuse at all. There was sex, what I would call curiosity sex. We were experimenting. Isn't that what a kid does at that age? When Mariah turned 12, she was placed in a state hospital at Sagamore. This guy taught me how to perform oral sex on him. I thought I was doing the right thing by performing on him, but I wasn't. He was just abusing me. Other kids tried to have sex with me. Other kids wanted to abuse me. I was sexually mature. What I mean by sexually mature is that I knew about sex. From the age of 6, I used to kiss other guys in my neighborhood, make out with them, and perform oral sex on them. I liked it. I used to love oral. I attempted suicide twice. The first time I had a knife, but I couldn't use it. The second time, I gave hints to my social worker that I wanted to do something, but a phone call stopped them. The following terms were found in the book: dick 10 times, dyke 2, faggot and fag 10 times, fuck 15, piss 8, pussy 3, and shit 9 times. It's no wonder our schools are failing. How do books on pedophilia, sexual violence, suicide, self-mutilation, and gender dysphoria promote educational growth, citizenship, or critical thinking skills in our children? I asked the board to put on the agenda a discussion to form a Brown Act committee for curriculum and library books. It's time for parents and teachers to take back their power from the union bosses who push their political ideologies on our kids. Our children are the soul of our nation, and it's our jobs as parents and educators to educate our children, not indoctrinate. Thank you for your time.
No, Mr. Sandy. Kathy Moffett. And on deck, Sharon McAleer.
Good evening, members of, hello, is that going?
It works.
Good evening, members of the board. Again, I'm Kathy Moffett. I'm a member of, I live in this district. My children all went to school here. I'm invested in the district. I served on that board for 22 years. First of all, I want to make it clear that we enjoyed a very wonderful presentation about the Attract and Retain programs, including the showcases and the extensive outreach and participation to get a lot of attention and information out about our wonderful programs in our high school. I wanted to just remind the board, most of you who were on the board, that these were adopted and conceived of in the OUSD strategic plan adopted 5 years ago under the talented leadership of Gunmarie Hansen, Kathleen Carella, and implemented with the the skill and the talent of Joe Irvin and Ken Miller, and that thanks to those efforts, we are now seeing the success and the fruit come to be out of all that good planning. Just wanted to make that known. I also want to say, and I've said this before and I won't have time to say the whole thing, student stress and anxiety and depression are a topic everywhere, in schools, in our larger community, in businesses. I was just up in Sacramento with the 4th District PTA Sacramento Safari. Just about every speaker talked about the presence of social and emotional issues with students, with families, with teachers, and talking about what schools can and should do to address this. When I came home from Sacramento, I saw the latest issue of The Week magazine, it's not an education magazine, it's a news magazine. It has a picture of a teen girl, and the big title is An Epidemic of Anguish, Why Depression and Despair Are Soaring Among Teen Girls. We can't look the other way and say it's not our business. Our children spend many hours a day in our schools, and most of the children in our community go to our schools. We must use what means we can to help allay these terrible fears and depression. We must help our parents and our families to address this very serious problem.
On deck is Greg Goodlander.
Good evening, OUSD School Board, Cabinet, and members of the community. Before I came tonight, I was having a hard time deciding what I was going to wear. Should I wear my Jordan swag, the school that I've been teaching at the last 24 years? Or maybe I should wear my Panorama gear. 2 of my kids went to kinder through 6th grade at Panorama, and my last one's there now. Or maybe I should wear my Santiago spirit wear. I've promoted 1 kid from Santiago, and I have 1 there now. Or maybe wear my Elmo gear. My oldest is 2 years in at Elmo, and we're going to be there a while with his brothers following him. Maybe I should dig in my husband's side of the closet and wear his Canyon gear, because he's taught there for the last 20 years. My point is that I have a lot invested in this district. I'm proud of this district. I'm proud of the school I teach at. I'm proud of the schools my children attend. I'm proud of my colleagues and my friends and all the hard work that they put into teaching our kids every day. We have worked hard, especially these last 3 years. To try to sum up all of our hard work in a meaningless slideshow last week that shows 1 year of data is a slap in the face. What your data doesn't show is the community and relationships that we are building every day. The former students who come back for a letter of recommendation or ask for you for a job reference. The messages they send you on social media, sharing that they got accepted into college, or better yet, the graduation pictures as they finish. What we, the OUSD community, need from you, the board majority, is transparency and decisions made in the best interests of the kids. When you badmouth our district, you are badmouthing every one of us who works at an OUSD school. We are a community, and each of us plays a role in student success. We have worked too hard and too long building a reputation of excellence to watch you destroy it.
On deck is Lisa Shipman.
Good evening, President Ledesma, members of the board, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Gonzalez, Cabinet, staff, and community members. I am Greg Goodlander, President of the Orange Unified Education Association, the teachers union. I'd like to take this opportunity to address some fallacies made about our association here at this microphone by a small minority voice. In this room, I have had to listen to misrepresentations of what this union does. And since they have been addressing you, I feel it appropriate to clear this up. It has been incorrectly suggested that the union drives curriculum. We don't. It It has been suggested that we indoctrinate children through sex education. We don't. It has been suggested that we are a bunch of liberals. We aren't. In my limited time tonight, I'd like to address each of these and try to state what it is that we actually do. Let's talk curriculum. Educators teach curriculum developed through your staff and educational services and supports the California state standards. This curriculum and the standards are reflected in the textbooks and resources that you, school board members, approve, not OUEA, not the union. Sex education. OUEA does not claim that we must offer reproductive education. The California Healthy Youth Act does. In other words, the California law. OUEA is interested in following the law. It is the law that says we must offer comprehensive health education, not the union. A bunch of liberals, nope. Wrong again. OUEA actually mirrors much of Orange Unified's voting population. Some of our members are Democrats, many are Republicans, and a vast majority, quite frankly, are not politically aligned at all. So if we aren't dictating curriculum, if we aren't indoctrinating kids, if we aren't a bunch of liberals pushing some agenda, then what is it that we're doing? Well, let me tell you, OUEA exists to improve the working conditions of our members and the learning conditions of our students. As president, I teach French every day, every morning at Orange High School. The rest of my time as union president is spent working with directors, principals, special education coordinators, assistant superintendents, and when they exist, superintendents. I highlight concerns, celebrate successes, and I propose solutions to problems in our district. I have heard board members compliment the amazing work of our teachers. Well, guess what? Those teachers you're celebrating are union members. They choose to be part of this organization. They are not forced into it. We wear our union shirts with pride. When you compliment us as teachers, you are complimenting OUEA. We are one and the same. OUEA is not the enemy. We're simply trying to teach and improve learning conditions through improved working conditions. That is it. OUEA is here to support each other as colleagues and as allies to our students and our community. I am proud to be part of this union. You should be happy that we are here. Thank you.
On deck is Alyssa.
Go. Hi, my name's Lisa Shipman, teach 6th grade at La Vida. This is the second time I felt like I've got to speak up here. I've gotten away with it for like 15 to 19 years. I was at home last week watching the board meeting, and I was appalled. I've got some of the people in the union saying, you gotta come to the meetings, and I'm like, no. I saw people yelling at you, Chris, saying horrible things. It was like, are you kidding? What society are we in that we're allowing that? That's one, that we've got to start doing our respect, our kindness, and back up. I saw some teamwork go on here. That's what we need. We've got to stop this. Second thing is, I've seen some people come up and talk horrible to the teachers, and I'm thinking, no. And then someone told me to shut my effing mouth tonight. And you, the president, took no leadership to say, no, we don't do that. Good gracious, I'm appalled. I'm sad for you. Though I will say thank you. We talked it out, right? We hugged it out. I don't know what else to say. And third, the union. We've got to show respect and kindness, or at least have a grip what's going on with the union. They are keeping us from standing on these tables and standing up like Norma Ray. We want to scream. It's so crazy at work right now. It is, and I love teaching, so don't say stop teaching. I am great. I love it. But it's out of control. So the union, I'm telling you, they're the ones that go, no, Shipman, down. No, be quiet. No, look at they're really making me look at the law. So thank you. That's what I have to say. We really need kindness and respect back in this world. Number two, now I'm going to take a whole nother hat. I'm going to try to be careful. Oh, discipline. I'm out of time. Discipline on campus. And it's not just my campus, but I am really feeling the hit of it. We've got kids that are doing things, and I don't know what it is. I'm making up a saying and saying it's COVID fog brain. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But their behavior is so out of control, and we're documenting and we're redirecting and we're doing our Pollyanna because we should. And I love them every day because we should. And they're hurting my other kids. And what I'm hearing is, well, give them one more chance. Give them one more chance. These people, they're getting like 19 chances to hurt my other kids. What's going on? Help. Parents out there, we need you to talk because they're not listening to us. I am begging, and I'm not the only school. Help. And it's not the principals. I'm not blaming the principals. They're afraid they're going to get fired like Goon and the other one, right? Help.
On deck is Eddie Kim.
Hello, trustees. Thank you for tirelessly working for our children, as evident in these long meetings. I also wanted to acknowledge these awesome students out here representing their respective schools. You guys make your schools and your parents proud. And board majority members, I, like many parents who voted you in, want to say thank you. Please stay the course. Many, many parents in OUSD who are not represented here support you, so thank you.
On deck is Lori Kaler.
Hello, trustees. First and foremost, I'd like to recognize excellent public school teachers that work tirelessly for our kids. So I guess there's been a lot of controversy about me calling some of the union teachers and poor behaving adults animals. I'm sorry to the animal kingdom to even put them on the same level as them. This controversy came after I suggested that board minority-backed union members be investigated or fired for trying to intimidate and shut down Trustee Minor in the OUSD parking lot and then following her to her house to threaten her. So again, I asked Chris Erickson, please tell me the words that would best describe someone that would verbally attack a trustee in the parking lot after an OUSD meeting and then following them home. If that is acceptable behavior, please verbally confirm. Anyone willing to do that and supports that is an animal in my books and should be fired. Since so many minority-backed trustee supporters and union members are calling parents extremists, I want to clear this up. Parents here are not extremists. We are demanding that education be improved at OUSD. We want to see better test scores, more college-ready graduating high school students, and curriculum transparency. Also, board majority. This demand falls on you. You are in control. You are on the clock. Parents want you to make the changes to improve education at OUSD, or the people of the community will stop supporting you as well. Stand against the minority mob who want to keep the status quo. Please be courageous and do the right thing.
On deck is Rita Moreno.
Tonight I'm speaking out against the California AB 659 HPV vaccine mandate bill, which was introduced on February 9th of this year. For school children grades 8 and up, California would be the first state to have an HPV vaccine mandate without non-medical exemptions available. This bill would allow for the California Department of Health to use HPV-related regulations on students, and it would be another obstacle to equal access to education. Findings published in Vaccines show that less than 40% of adults support a mandatory HPV vaccine for school entry. According to an article entitled HPV Vaccination Mandates, Lawmaking and Political and Scientific Controversy by James Colgrove, PhD, MPH, Sarah Abiola, JD, and Michelle M. Mello, JD, PhD. Immunization requirements, like all compulsory health measures, are politically and ethically sensitive because they intrude on individual autonomy. Conclusions in this article include: ethical and legal principles dictate that public health laws should use the least restrictive means possible to advance health goals, and coercive measures may trigger backlash. Since the human papillomavirus is not a communicable disease that one can catch in a classroom setting, the government is overstepping its authority to require students to take this vaccine in order to go to school. There has already been a great exodus from the public schools in the OUSD due to low test scores. This mandate would cause a greater decline in enrollment. I urge this board to fight against this bill and respect students' and parents' rights. Thank you.
Rita Moreno? Oh. Okay, Rosa Otero? Patty? And then on deck is Jesse S.
Good evening, board. I am a resident here of Orange County, but I live here in Orange. My kids, they did elementary, junior high, and high school, and they got a really good education here. The teachers were great, and the community was great. But it's not good when you start using this board for politics. Look at where we're at right now. I was very disappointed to read that the Democrat Party of Orange County put up an event that says, "What's up with extremists sabotaging OC public schools?" Yeah, I was disappointed because politics need to start being taken out of this board. To call parents an extremist is dangerous, and it creates a hostile environment. Look at how parents are addressing one another. I don't care if you agree or disagree on a subject, don't call parents extremists. Some parents push LGBTQ stuff on their kids and some parents don't, but it doesn't make either one of them an extremist because they're entitled to their opinions. It's very disappointing that Ms. Erickson participated in that. The board has no business participating in events that refers to parents as extremists. Again, it's a dangerous word, and it helps create a horrible and hostile environment for the parents that are coming here. Thank you.
Jesse S. Sonia? Marion L. or Maria L. April U. And then on deck is Patty Kabata.
Good evening, OUSD board members and community. I'm here tonight not because I have students here at OUSD, not because I live here in Orange, but because I'm an employee of OUSD. I am currently the TOSA for Student and Parent Engagement, and I have been in this position for about 5 years. Prior to this position, I worked at Prospect Elementary for 10 years as a second through fourth grade teacher. I started my career here at Orange USD when I was 21. So I've dedicated about 16 years to these students and these families, and that's why I'm here today, because my career is here. I want to talk today about data. Data is crucial for continuous improvement. However, one piece of data, one number, one graph, tells you very little to nothing. It doesn't tell you about the students, and last time I checked, that's why we are here. Students' needs at OUSD vary and are unique. Let me tell you why comparing data can be ineffective and a waste of time. Here is an example. Student A recently left his small town in Mexico after the cartel invaded his hometown. Children were being kidnapped to go to work for the cartel, so his family came to the US for safety. He doesn't have any formal education at his hometown. It's very small, all they do is work. And so his Spanish vocabulary is very limited. His home language is limited. He arrived here and lives in a small apartment with 5 other families, shares a corner of the living room with his mom and dad. He doesn't get much sleep, as the sound of people coming in and out of his house all day keep him up. Sometimes it's the mice scratching the wall that keep him up, and sometimes it's his mom crying all night that keep him up. He is having a very hard time acclimating due to his trauma. His parents leave the house at 5 a.m. and he has to get himself to school every day. He has to focus. He lacks focus, sleep, nutrition. The school, his teachers, and staff work together using different programs, teaching techniques, programs for him and his parents. Endless amount of hours fighting, figuring out how to close the gaps and help the student succeed. His situation is unique, and therefore the programs we use to help his needs are unique. Student A is a senior at El Modena High School, on track to graduate. Thank you to the teachers of OUSD for their hard work and dedication. I know the board majority is comparing data across districts from school to school, but that is not how it works. An English language learner that comes from poverty with limited language in their home language is not created equal to an English learner from a wealthier family who is truly fluent in their home language. Also, finding a program that fits all our students is not possible. Trust me, I wish there was one program that can meet all of our needs, but that does not exist. It's like saying everyone here in the audience can wear a size 6 pair of jeans. We cannot. That's
Rebecca Tibbetts. On deck is Alex Broussard.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca Tippett, and I've been a teacher in Orange Unified for 18 years. I've had the pleasure of teaching first grade at Esplanade for 9 years, and I'm currently in my dream position teaching second grade at Knoll Canyon. Before teaching second grade, I taught kindergarten for 7 years, and in one of those years, Miss Miner's son was in my class. But we'll come back to that later. I'm a product of OUSD, from kinder at Crescent to graduating from Canyon High School. I was fortunate to attend college in Colorado on a softball scholarship, and once I graduated, I returned home and began my teaching career at Orange Unified. OUSD pride runs deep in our family. My mom worked for Orange Unified for 32 years, and my own sister-in-law is a principal here at Canyon Rim. I also have 2 daughters who are both OUSD students. My oldest is in 6th grade at Knoll Canyon, and my youngest, who is autistic, is in a moderate to severe program, special day class at Running Springs. I say all of this as my testament to my loyalty and the trust that I have in our district as a parent and a teacher. Tonight, I'd like to address an incident that was brought to my attention during Ms. Miner's campaign. She was speaking at a meet and greet at a dog park behind my school, in which she told the story that happened in her son's kindergarten class. As I mentioned before, I was his teacher. She had stated on numerous occasions many falsities of sex education being taught in primary classrooms. Therefore, this particular story, and I say story because that's exactly what it is. According to Mrs. Miner, her son, who's very bright, and yes, he was, needed to be challenged. So apparently I gave him a teacher's edition for him to read. And in that lesson, he came across a sex education lesson. I'm here to set the record straight. That never happened. Why would I give a child a teacher edition? Any teacher knows this is a teacher's guidebook to the curriculum. I challenge you to find a lesson on sex ed in here. I have many talents. Giving one of those to a challenged kid is not one of them. I have many ways to differentiate my instruction. I have read these TEs from front to back, and you will not find anything of that sort in there. What I do teach in my class is kindness and accountability and honesty, the latter of which is obviously not important to you, Mrs. Miner. So I say to you, Mrs. Miner, you may have been elected to your seat, but you sit on a bed of lies. And this is just one amongst many. I doubt you'd be sitting there if your constituents knew the truth about you. I leave you with this. Always tell the truth, and then you don't have to remember your lies. You might want to take...
Brian Villa. is on deck. Sorry. So first Alex and then Brian.
Members of the board, stakeholders in the room, members of the community who couldn't be here tonight, who are watching on public access or on the internet, members of the national audience that has been brought to Orange Unified School District by this board's illegal actions, I address you all. I address the board majority, John Ortega, Rick Ledesma, Angie Rumsey, and Madison Minor. On January 5th, you received 53 comments opposing termination of our superintendent without notice while she was out of the country and unable to attend that meeting. There was one comment in favor of her termination. I stood here and told you that there would be consequences for your actions. On January 2nd, I told you that you committed a Brown Act violation. I brought you a complaint. I served you with that complaint, that 30-day demand to cure violation. It wasn't the only one. Just last week, I brought you the January 3rd email between Rumsey and Ledesma showing coordination of your predetermined actions, evidence of a Brown Act violation. You have had that meeting and you have had this meeting to schedule a closed session meeting with your attorney to consider my and Mr. Pleasant's complaints. You have instead stuck your heads in the sand and ignored the problem. You have underestimated the resolve of parents in this district like me to do the work to force you to comply with the law. Kind of like the Public Records Act requests that we have propounded upon you. You have ignored wholesale. It was requested that you produce emails, text messages, electronic correspondences, voicemails, text messages, any electronic communications among and between the majority members of this board between December 14th, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022. There was one email produced. One email between Angie Rumsey and Rick Ledesma. That's it. That's the only communication between all of you. I asked for any documents sent by or received by a majority of the board for the same time period. You said there was nothing? You collectively have not received anything together? I find that hard to believe. Aren't there briefings on a weekly basis? Shouldn't those have at least been produced? Nothing. Again, you underestimate the resolve of parents like me to do the work to force you to comply with the law. Go to OUSDrecall.com, sign up, donate to our grassroots campaign to remove this board majority. Thank you.
On deck is Tamara Rivera.
Good evening, Orange Unified School District board members and superintendent, members of the community. My name is Brian Vea, and I'm here today to talk about things that I disagree with that are going on in the California system of education, and it trickles down to every district, and it includes things that I 100% disagree with, and I want people to look into it. Critical race theory, that has no business in public education. And there are many of you here that support it, and we disagree with that. Many of us do, and they're quiet. Don't worry, they're quiet. There's more of us coming, and we're gonna be speaking up to this. We also disagree with California sexual education and the way it's being implemented. Parents, you lose control of your kids when you drop them off at school. They become wards of the state because at 12 years old, schools have the ability now to take them and to have an abortion, to get I hear laughter in here. Maybe these parents or these teachers that advocate should step up and look into what their curriculum really does teach and what you guys are getting away with. Because yes, you guys are all proponents of mandates that are being handed down from Sacramento. Yes, Gavin Newsom and Sacramento puts this upon you, and many of you gladly go out there and administer these teachings and these ideologies which are harmful for students, okay? Teaching a child and coming and bringing them to school and teaching them that they can soon have transition surgery and mutilate their bodies, removing their breasts. I hear people laughing in here. What's so funny? Is there something funny with mutilation of kids and removing the breast of a child, a minor that they can't even think for themselves? How about removing their genitalia? Yes, welcome to public education, welcome to Orange County, and welcome to Orange Unified School District. And again, there's a lot of voices here that I hear in the background that are just, that don't understand what they're participating in. A lot of teachers here. Again, you guys need to check yourselves and think about this curriculum. I don't know what you guys are basing it on, but you guys are basing it on something that's not good for the kids. You guys say you are for the kids? I don't know about that. Again, where do you stand? The community wants to know where you guys stand. We would all love to know. Please come out and speak about this and tell everybody and parents. If you guys want to know what's in California sexual education, come down to the district office. Bring your camera in hand and go in there and get into the teacher's manuals, and you'll see exactly what's going on. It starts early. Again, the school can take your kid, 12 years old, and they can take them to Planned Parenthood, and the parent doesn't even have to know. You guys all know this, right? Right? And about that mask is a particulate mask. It doesn't stop the virus, Mr. Superintendent. Have a great day.
On deck is Catherine Sutherland.
Hi, my name's Tamara Rivera. I have 2 kids in the district. I sent you all an email this week. Oh, it's not on?
Just step forward
I'm
a little
sorry.
bit more.
Okay. Okay, so my name is Tamara Rivera. I have 2 kids in the district. I did send you all an email this week. Only one person has replied so far, so I hope you will all take the time to reply to me when you have a chance. But I will go ahead and just read this now, what I emailed. At the February 23rd board meeting, data was presented from one standardized test that students took in the spring of 2022, and results were compared with several other districts. Test scores are important. However, as a teacher myself of 24 years, I know that results from one test is not the big picture. Mr. Ledesma himself admitted that this was just a starting point. Moving forward, I'd like to request that data be shown for the following, going back to 2015, if possible, up through the most present year that data is available. Graduation rates, number of students who take A through G classes, data from iReady, common assessments and curriculum assessments. These were mentioned by Lisa Green during her presentation. Curriculum alignment assessments, which she mentioned were a pilot program at the moment, but maybe we can have that data in the next school year. I would like to see that data going back to pre-pandemic, pre-Dr. Hansen. A lot of people seem to question how this relates to Dr. Hansen, so I'd like to see the data. I'd like to see more data. As a teacher, we look at a lot of data. We need to see the big picture. And I would like you to also include Newport Mesa in that as well, as I heard Ms. Yamasaki mention that they seem to be very similar to our district. So data tells a better picture, and I think that would tell a better story as to what we're looking at. Instead of just saying this one thing, this one person, let's look at the big picture. Let's go back. Let's go all the way back and see the trends across time. Thank you.
On deck is Scott Resnick.
I kind of related to what Tamara was just saying. I'm here to talk about the SBAC scores last week because it was a brutal meeting. And I haven't slept well for a while, so sorry if I'm kind of out of it. Mom of 2 OUSD students, teacher 8 years here, and homeowner. I do care about test scores. I care a lot about test scores. Every year our site discusses test scores, discusses strategies of how we can improve test scores. Last year, I have a couple co-teachers, one of them, he and I sat down and we discussed how we were gonna improve listening, because a few years ago, listening was the big focus of the district. So we sat down and we looked at every kid in our class's SBAC score in listening specifically. We scaffolded our instruction for a year to try to improve their listening scores. I use test scores to drive instruction all the time. I also care about EL students. I have translated all the slides and worksheets for 4 different gen ed classes I work in, Econ, Gov, US, and World History. So all of our newcomers, and we've had one in each class at least, or a couple, who are newcomer level 1 who speak only Spanish. and I wanted to make sure that they had access to the material too. I've given the LPAC for 7 years. I've attended multiple GLAD trainings, one of them in the summer. I did Kathleen Carella's class that she brought Dr. Ortiz here to do culturally relevant pedagogy to help reach students. I was scheduled to do that in January before she was fired. I care about students with reading difficulties. I have a master's in special education. My focus is on students with learning disabilities. I've attended dyslexia conferences on my own time. I paid $3,000 to get a supplemental reading credential, even though I was already at the max of my pay. So it was just on my time, my money. Right now, I'm in a 4-month class through the California Department of Ed on the science of reading. I only do that because I care about my students. I see it in their test scores, and I want them to learn how to be better readers. So I'm not the only one, right? We're a whole huge district of lots of teachers who care a whole lot. I care about student achievement. I was a co-department chair last year of the special ed department. I analyzed the data of our 200 students to see how we increase the college and career readiness and help my team identify pathways that the kids could complete. But what I'm fighting at the site, and have been for the 7 years previously, is the turnover. I've spoken to some of you before about it. In the last 7 years, my department has 12 teachers in special ed. I've watched 20 people come and go in 7 years. One of them retired, the rest were sent out or they left on their own. I've been a mentor and assessor for multiple new teachers. It's exhausting, it takes a lot of time. We have constant turnover, and it's not just sped turnover, we have admin turnover. I've had 3 principals and 1 interim principal since I've been there. I've had 3 assistant principals that are my direct boss, and I've had 5 program coordinators who are also my direct bosses. So I have had 8 direct, oh, sorry. Anyway, you get the point.
Thank you. Okay, on deck is Douglas Westfall.
Good evening, board. I'm here tonight to hold you accountable. Your lack of transparency, the promised audit, and your violation of the California Public Records Act. First, you have an attorney. Utilize him. Tonight, you changed the agenda in the middle of the meeting. You didn't give the public time or opportunity to comment on the changed agenda. I know it seems innocuous. That is a Brown Act violation. Come on. I'm sure Greg Pleasance is at home going, great. Now I have more stuff that I have to add to my amended complaint. This is getting tiring, and it's getting tiring for all of us. Please utilize your counsel. Make sure that the minutes reflect what is mentioned in the meetings. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up and look at your minutes, make sure that everything is reflected properly. And then in the agenda, before it goes out next time, make sure it mentions the 25-meter pool and the 51-meter pool. Come on, you have an attorney, use him. Second, this is our 5th meeting in 2 months. You promised us an audit, so give us the audit. I want to see the results, but please promise us. No cronyism. Make sure that the audit is, 1, independent. So none of your friends, none of your business partners. 2, make sure that the audit scope is well defined. And 3, make sure that scope is narrow. Why haven't you done this? It's been 5 meetings, it's not on the agenda, because you know the results. You know what it's gonna show you. It's gonna show that you put Miss Corella on leave for no reason. And now she's at home getting paid, and she also could have probably answered those special ed questions, by the way. You didn't have to text Mr. Abercrombie's assistant. You could have just texted her. She would have known the answer. So the last thing I want to talk about is your violation of the California Public Records Act. On February 16th, I submitted a request for any electronic communications. And that doesn't have to be on your district email. Once you pick up your personal device or your personal email address and you start using that, that becomes public record. So I asked for any communication. I got back 1 email. Thank you, Angie, for submitting that. There's the implication that when that 1 email came back from Mr. Ledesma, the email, you all know the email, the one that had all the redactions, it implies that one of you sent that email in after I submitted this request. One of you didn't. So one of you may have not complied with this Public Records Act, and that would be a crime. And I also asked for communications in WhatsApp, Signal, iMessage, any other type of electronic communication. Didn't get anything back. So you're violating the Public Records Act. That's a crime. And you're destroying evidence. That might, it will not necessarily, but that is also a crime. I'll be back next week whenever you have your next.
Douglas Westfall? Okay. Aaron Mejia?
Hi, Board. My name is Erin Mejia, and I am an OUSD resident for the past 22 years, and my mother served in OUSD for over 20 years. So I'm here again tonight to clarify one of my previous comments. I had mentioned confusion around the academic audit and what that means. And as I understand it, and as we just heard, we're still waiting for the definition of an academic audit and are still paying our assistant superintendent. But now, because there isn't much substance that what goes on and what happens in closed session, and I respect that, but because of the secrecy in which these decisions are taking place, as someone who likes to be informed and ensure the place in which I live is promoting public education for all, meeting children where they are, and acknowledging that every child is unique, I search for answers. The only answer I found at that time was via the social media account that Miss Madison Minor shares and follows and continues to share content from. At that time, there was a specific post mentioning several programs that are in fact successful for our students. In this post, I quote, "They are targeting our Title I schools with similar curriculum that have nothing to do with academics and everything to do with emotionally exploiting the minors of low-income students in our district. Sown to Grow, 7 Mindsets, Conscious Discipline, Avid, among others," end quote. Subsequently, in my public comment, I mentioned Avid and a success story. That same meeting, Mr. Ortega spoke about how he supports Avid. Rick, at last meeting, also mentioned that he supports Avid. Ms. Minor, I humbly ask you to please be mindful of the posts and the accounts that you promote and share. As an elected official, I would expect a greater level of vetting and professionalism from you, given that Avid is not exploiting low-income kids in our district, according to your fellow board members. Secondarily, I please ask that we prioritize comments from parents within the district and taxpayers within the district. Some of the rhetoric we are experiencing are by people that are following a national playbook. Special interest groups that are funded by the board majority's campaigns that do not pertain to the district. They go from district to district doing the same. I continue to express how afraid I am that the parents within our district are crying out for you to focus on the children's education, yet we hear time and time again from outsiders influencing my community, our community.
Okay, that concludes public comment on non-agenda items. Other business, board staff conference and comments, anyone? You had a card? Yeah, what was the name? Is that the one that, is that,
She can come up and speak if that's okay. Dawn D, is that what you said? What? That's true. Okay, it's not my call, actually. I don't see a Dawn in here.
We didn't get it. I'm sorry. No, we need to stick to the beginning of the meeting. Okay? Sorry about that. Okay. All right. So we're gonna need to move on. Somehow it didn't get to us. All right, here we go. Item 18, other business, board, staff, conference, and comments. Anybody?
Just go through here one more time.
You can check one more time, okay?
No, Ruby's raising her hand.
Hi, sorry. I just wanted to make a quick comment to kind of try and bridge a gap. There are a lot of comments that speak to student experience and what, the programs that we have at our schools and what we're being taught in our classroom experience. I just wanted to let everybody know that we have a panel of students here for a reason. We have a panel of student representatives to share that experience. So if there are questions about when we are being taught things and about our personal educational experiences, I would like to extend that to the board that you guys can ask. I'd be willing to have conversations with people, and I'm sure that a lot of people here would be willing to have conversations. Another thing that I wanted to add is I understand that this is a public meeting, and I understand that both of us are being filmed, and that is being streamed publicly, right? When you are in the audience and you've been asked, I'm not trying to bring more attention to anybody who might have been seeking attention, but if you have been asked not to film students, kids, one of us whom is a minor, I would really appreciate if you respected that request. Okay, so that makes me incredibly uncomfortable. And it makes me feel like I don't have a space to do my job properly. Ooh.
We're in a public place. There's no expectation of privacy. There's no expectation of privacy.
I'm respectfully asking that you do not film me.
Please, sir, please, just, let's not continue with this, okay? Sir, please.
He has a camera.
Okay, are you, okay.
He was
All right.
filming her.
There's no expectation of privacy in a public meeting.
Okay, all right. No, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at, 11:59. Thank you.